Good morning. This is Delegate Charles Newton. I'm on the line.
Good morning, honorable colleagues, Yate Bena, Nanta, our staff, and everybody that's on the call this morning for the last day of the 24th Navajo Nation Council summer session. My name is Rick Nez, Chairman of RDC. I will be facilitating the session up till about 1 o'clock until Honorable Speaker Damon returns. So just to let you know, we have 6 members of the 24th Council on the call, 4 and 2 here on the floor. So we'll wait a little bit longer and have a roll call here when everybody calls in. Thank you. Good morning. Yate bena nanta responsa ana natinti ro responsa ani hane chahati yate bena robi gasne yate kroini tkako hote indishin la kochenara hadolna. We do have our honorable colleagues at about 12, and hopefully we'll have one more to begin the session, but we'll go ahead and start the roll call. Staff, please. Thank you.
Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Delegate Kealan Begay Jr. is present. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay is present.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown is present.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown answered roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton is present.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton answered roll call. Honorable Amber Knussbach Carty. Honorable
Yes, Shema, Delegate Amber Knussbach Carty is on the call. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knussbach Carty answered roll call. Honorable Speaker Damon is excused. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Present.
Honorable Mark Freeland answered roll call. Honorable Canal Halona.
Hello, is present. Good morning.
Honorable Canal Halona answered roll call. Honorable Jamie Hemio.
Delegate Hemio is present.
Honorable Jamie Hemio answered roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James answered roll call. Speaker Pro Tem Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker Pro Tem Ricky Nez answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not answer roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So.
I'm present.
Honorable Otto So answered roll call. Honorable Charlene So.
Delegate So present.
Honorable Charlene So answered roll call. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika did not answer roll call. Honorable Edwin Yazzie.
Yeah.
Honorable Edwin Yazzie answered roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer roll call. Going back up. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
Good morning. Here. Present.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater did not answer roll call. Honorable Daniel So.
Staff, Chairman Daniel So requested to be excused today. Thank you.
Honorable Daniel So was excused. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So answered roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika.
Our staff, Honorable Edison Wanika, also requested to be excused today. Thank you.
Honorable Edison Winika is excused. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer roll call. That Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, you have 17 members that answered roll call, 3 excused. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you very much, staff, for that. There are 4 members of our council that are excused. Speaker Damon, Honorable Edison Wanika, Honorable Chairman Daniel So, and Vice Chair Honorable Slater. For the record, we do have a quorum of 17, and I would like to welcome everybody that is listening. Today we have on the council floor with us Honorable Vice Chair Raymond Smith Jr. and Chairman Otto So with us today, and other staff members. I would like to just say, good morning to everyone that is listening on the World Wide Web. We are on the last day of the 24th Navajo Nation Council summer session. And at this time, I would like to ask Honorable Paul Begay if you would provide a prayer for today, since we're on the last day. Honorable Paul Begay.
Thank you, Lieutenant Chair. I need to get to a secluded area. A couple of seconds. Question here, though. Question here. So there's another need to even a Coronas, international network. I say, she tried the end the Benby called Nikinanish Cadet, so the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Nico Kona. She Gonzago, not Lehigi, ADG, and Danish. Ado, the Mobis Kanye, Danto, Coach Slice. But ego ear, Nikinanish, the Ingo, and said the Neba. Badi Ido, and said the Nea, Kododa Istan, Hashina, launching a pompish. They had ye Istan, a core issue a Pagay or a car ye, the Nini kid or let's card in Lin. Mr. Store, Ado de Nanish Idnagi. In Sakis, Yego, Ebedeti, Ado Sada, Trito, Insigito, Yego, Bedeti. A core Satabo or Natless, a core Quaggia, Chetnit E, Kodoia, also a Ben Ango Ia, Nenil, Kodat, so a Vicon Hosando, Yabi go. Toby Yego that also go a Haden La, a Codego Ia, Benya Hotelson, a Kodat, so even a co Ebenina Ia. I have taken his state data. I don't show in Gita about it the neat link of the Akot Ego in the neat condition. The Benebi Yakot Egon neat in Chicago in Lenny. Nezat give us it or the Nezat yet a hot need or less. Nezat death need or less. Nezat in hot ego a bay $2. I don't have Saki, Sigida, Kunan, not Stone, Saki, Yat Ekon see keys or less, Yat Ekon sit in there, but it must be cut and see keys or less, clear quite in he can't deal what she tried the end lean. Though she owns a hot area, Kot ego his late up on HOE Koshika in Lin, Godat so econ like a Makagi, need lead or less, I need lead or less, Lisha, interdonating or less Nikadi was none. Dahoti glass only a hashing that a whole she conti on Londo. I don't know how Argentina should so delia. Near Ragon, the any carbon, Canadian eat or less hashing, but I don't need none of the art. Yat echo, who want a night, Kayat echo. Lina's Jake, the bishop Jake, think how long, because she hold long. Let's chat, I'll get the arch and the house, I have able to. You're the Nigobans, the kiss, and John go out the banana, the Daphne Kay has under the Lush, your own the corner. So that is an Hashin Zago hole, she stinks some condition to Yego, a control, Tonadi, Sado, the Becky, the Lao Hanada, they be a Kodasi Yego in Chaba, Hitnitson, Nikki Sothers incidents, Latin his that he Latin Sothers and Tati, Korea, Yego by Hitnitson, otherwise, no Kodona, so the she only have. نخاخوليات أرسل كده نادي كون خاجو بعد أرسل عشيت إيه أرسل نحو تيل أكوي نين فازن كوي بين خاخوليا شيان دهتن ليني تخدن ليني قالدن ليني أرسل نحو تي هو واحد كوي داش شون ده نكتن إيدون خاخوليا تودلس نخاخشن أويتن ليدو سين داس كريج أرسل نخبي كده إيه yet a consistent adon the sequel not often leaning aho what has on ho one has adon the partners in the has arch ado sagaho son ado host to your to ado should be to adon leaking like art so you cannot ask a whole adon not sound and he does on the not ask yinige nazın doğru da değil ki ya ego hansi kistole yo ne be hansi kison hostandan hiltasa ada ahot ego ya te kont epende bi ahon so da işler dole ahaj hadi yinni kodon sonade sindon chonada isil ne yo Jesus Christ bi ben şey so desin dole amen.
Thank you very much, Honorable Paul Begay, for your prayer. Honorable colleagues, we call this meeting back to reconvene at 10:10 a.m. for the record. We will reconvene at this time with legislation 0052-21. Sponsor.
Chairman Allen. Correction, Speaker Pro Temp, Naz, Delegate Keelan, before we move forward to the legislation.
Okay, Honorable Keelan Begay, are you wanting to make an announcement?
Requesting for a document, Chairman. Speaker.
Okay, you have a point of privilege then. If you're requesting for documents, Honorable Keelan Begay, what documents are you requesting?
Speaker Pro Temp, my request is there any document, official statement, the indications of several of our colleagues are being excused today, especially with our speaker. Sato on Katet Oha all excused especially with because some of these legislation pertains to the oversight, and which we're going to be discussing. So the two main individual at the HES committee, or three of them, won't be taking part in this particular discussion yet. I have a concern on it, Chairman. Speaker. Just email it to me. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your point of privilege, Honorable Keelan Begay. Yesterday, Honorable Daniel So. Let me go back. Honorable Speaker Damon text the four chairs, Honorable Jamie Henio, Honorable Daniel So, Honorable Eugenia Charles Noon, and myself, Rick Nez, requesting for assistance to facilitate today's special session due to Honorable Speaker Damon's appointment that he needs to be at today up to about 1 o'clock. And that's the reason that I am the pro tem speaker for today. And within that same text messages, Honorable Chairman Daniel So also requested to be excused, and that's the only documentation for whatever reason he's excused. He requested to be excused, and I do not know what the purpose of the excuse request from Honorable Carl Slater is, but staff informed me that he also requested to be excused. Honorable Kiel and Begay, are you good with that?
Speaker Pro Tem, again, I mean, I'm not really trying to expose of the purpose. I mean, I'm just asking if there were any formal requests that, I mean, as I indicated, the legislation that we'll be discussing today, 3 of the oversight committee will be absent, but I believe 3 other HES committee will be on there to hopefully provide some clarification, because I'll be posing several questions which I forward in my email. Pro Tem Speaker, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And we do appreciate your concerns with the chair and vice chair from Health, Education, and Human Services Committee being excused. So with that, we'll go ahead and reconvene at this time. We will debate legislation 0052-21. The sponsor is Honorable Vice Chair Raymond Smith Jr., and his agent is Mr. James Swerline. So, so let me turn this over to staff to read this into the record. Staff.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem Nez, and the 24th Navajo Nation Council, tracking number 0052-21, in action relating to the Resource and Development, Health, Education, and Human Services, Law and Order, and Nabakeeta Committees, and Navajo Nation Council, amending Navajo Nation Veterans Trust Fund, Title 12, Subchapter 8, 12, NNC, Section 1171, sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Raymond Smith Jr. You do have 4 committee reports from the Resource Development Committee, Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, Law and Order Committee, and Nabakeeta. The Resource and Development Committee recommend a do pass with no amendments. The Health, Education, and Human Services Committee has had under consideration a report the same that the recommendation that legislation 0052-21 pass. And for the record, the following 3 questions are unanswered, no amendment or no directive. Question 1, page 405, line 11 through 20. The 4% that is listed as half shall be transferred to the Navajo Veterans Trust Fund to be used as set forth herein. Clarification is needed as to how the remaining 2% will be allocated, and herein needs to be defined as to how it will be used. Question 2, page 405, line 11 through 20. 2A, the Navajo Veterans Housing Program shall leverage the allocated funds. What if there is no matching funds? Will the housing assistance still be able to be used? Question 3, page 405, line 21 through 24, 2B, as long as such location is within the exterior boundaries of the Navajo Nation, is inserted. However, under Exhibit A, page 3, titled Navajo Nation Veterans Trust Fund Amendment, under Section 1171, Establishment A, the last sentence of this section is, this shall apply to honorably discharged Navajo veterans without regard to age or gender or geographical location. There is no mention of the boundaries as stated in the legislation as previously stated. How did this language come about? Legislation was referred to the Law and Order Committee. The Law and Order Committee has had under consideration reports the same with a recommendation that it do not pass. A tabling motion was made to have a work session before Navajo Committee meeting. The Law and Order Committee will be meeting on May 4th, 2021 for a work session and consider legislations on May 10th, 2021 at their regular meeting. There is also another committee report from the Law and Order Committee dated May 10th, 2021. They have had under consideration reports the same with a recommendation that it do pass with the following amendments. Page 4, line 13, revised overstrike is deletion and italic is insertion. 2, after 4% shall be insert allocated to the Navajo Veterans Housing Program and underscore overstrike Department of Navajo Veterans Affairs, DNVA, and insert Navajo Nation Veterans Administration in NVA. Subparagraph A, the Navajo Veterans Housing Program will maximize the use of overstrike leverage that the allocated funds, including through leveraging additional funding sources such as match funding when available, in order to construct as many turnkey homes as possible for overstrike homeless veterans without permanent housing, as well as to provide major and minor home renovations and repairs to veterans with permanent housing. Subparagraph B, subparagraph A above shall apply to honorably discharged Navajo veterans without regard to age, gender, or geographical location, as long as such location is within the exterior boundaries of the Navajo Nation. Subparagraph C, subparagraph A above shall also apply to honorably discharged Navajo veterans living beyond the exterior boundaries of the Navajo Nation without regard to age, gender, or geographical location, except that assistance shall be limited to financial assistance as set forth in the Navajo Nation Veterans Housing Program policies and underscore. Page 4, line 30, insert new paragraph as follows. Paragraph C, Navajo veterans shall be limited to assistance from the Navajo Veterans Housing Program for the construction or purchase of one new home, not including renovations and repairs. Renumber, related succeeding paragraphs, sections, or exhibits accordingly. If necessary, this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in this legislation, and any proposed amendment thereto shall be conform to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Legislation was referred to the Navajo Committee on June 10th, 2021. The Navajo Committee passed legislation and referred it to the Navajo Nation Council. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, staff. Mr. Rico, for reading that into the record. Honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, let's establish a motion and a second.
Motion, Halona.
Motion by Honorable Pernell Halona. Is there a second?
Second, Delegate Paul Begay.
Second by Honorable Paul Begay. Nantay no thenigi do aradais not agi koro legislation. Did is a lot so halt so goshimberet in Leniki Ayaha Vice Chair Raymond Smith koro besh mahas anashi koro bahadalian la aro salat so but has aja alaja yanadnish. Aja on Nishige James Swerline agent Jilla Koro Behades not in Lenige Beshbahasa Anna Pernell Halona Aro ye ken Niyahage Yaha Paul Begay Koro She Yahak Beshbahasa Anna Vice Chair Raymond Smith Jr. You have 20 minutes, sir.
Negotiation on that, Che, large doesn't die pro temp speaker, although not Dean Bish Masan, Yat Apen, today da Inishto, Nahostado, Pujonia, Ahos cousin. A head na, she's not Ash, so doesn't be ein Lado, and that's a Nasi Kato. Decorn hit us so classy did it, Sana Hoyt I. Ace last so, but yeah. Ho one to Hoyeto, ho one Beneta to Tasso, the Bendo, Nisto, the A that Eggy,
yar hullo ko yargi e ha papatida ko lata aslio e ha koden hinand ad Mr. Zerline eben na nishbad dot asto e ha nat ado ho one the hoye that the nenegis allows so ben ye AICD the kon hitas so ko then ahot edo lanani zendiden honas sosigi I don't nastish gestide koda hes Health and Education Human Service ebitatis sozo law and order ha na nishitai lado hutabitot soto huta ha sanahit des kanzo ado nabikiat hito skito oh consent ben ya benina kadai bilatha AIC ben yegi ha sahot anado li ndo kasta da no edo yash hoda ko di ha 0052-21 Bishmasa an Benas Dida Hoda Ain Hini Horney Oko Bayadil Kito Hoda da Benye Ben Bendo Nishigi Akon Hitatus Sosin and Dado at Ada Dida Hoda Oko Nao Kashin and Dada no Senigi Aida Bigiat Hito Benacha ha Adati Litigi Ebaba Hoda da Shinanda the so Bahodishnigi Dida Ko Yalgi Eita Kushina Hayada Besot Adotso Yalgi Adotso Snito Di Anoltagi De Snito Ebendo Nishigi Yalholo Ko Dida the Navajo Veteran Housing Program shall leverage the allocated funds, including matching funds. Without be so Dida. Then Ahot Edo Let Ado Halaj Dasatagi, Mr. Zerline, Yahabananish, Koda ho one dot Ado, ho one adolni, Didigi, Yahaban, Adishnigish, and Ida di Sahas with that, Hastiso Bahashnadida, quite Natin Sharp, Bishmas, Natin Di, ya Bishmas, and Yahantes, Azo, Snito, Adot, Soto, ho one Baad. Adolf nisto ha whatza akonda oyud ho wando data da sinishjido ho one bedol nis ado da hajoda aliada benina ones ho wanda de gizo taso ado that sada lia ben bitas nilo ko ado anda nis the Dadikasta ko Dibanina Hordes and Hidatus Hosigi, Yaha, Hela Gides Ido, Hela Yaha, Yahaliado, ko that Egi, Ida, Hot Ida, Adat Ilia, the Kiskato, Benina, a Sen Baton, Nidida, Ho one, Adad Nagi, Yaha, Zin the Dol Tosto, Be Ados Nito, but not your Bain Don Nisto, Hajo Dol Nith, Yaha. Did put out a card the Shenandad and Osinigi. Accord the Snido Zogi Yalaki Ayaha honorable veterans discharged that Agi without regard to age, gender, geographical location, as long as such locations within exterior boundaries of the Navajo Nation hold one to the dot. Asigi they said out so in the nation so that eat lado Ayaha. The whole one and dot a hot abis so the shenanda accord the quite exhibit A bis so a Navajo Nation Veterans Advisory Council a con hinanda Nahaz Tunigi Chairperson George H. Tolto Vice Chair Arthur Hardy though Secretary Cassandra Morgan Kwaitan Lata Aslim Beninaniki ho one a didn't dog so Yada Aquat November 20th, 13th of November 20th, ANDJ, say BA Yaha Kodan, Ado Naki Yaha, Ashida, Nakibastandle, Ako Did Quad Trust Funded, the Ninigi, An Hiyalat Echo, Din Hiyad, Benuch Ain, Hinandash, Kidan, Hadashi, Yal, but Jad, or Nisbent, no Sato, Ben Yaha Koda. So a babadole or a agent hiyal 12 NNC subsection 117 deeded Navajo Trust Fund a question and adib yaliki aid o just anigi nito ha bendo nish ya di kom Mr. Zerline badot asgi do hut eda ho one ben ye do nito kade ha behez ani bakagi that's at the ho one adult nation dash 5 agencies without be so ako didiki ha at adnol is quishi kasen quishi ha ho one the yo kid ko labla ko di yadiki tilo bendo nishdo tilo ha ho one dolni hala ha batiti katati no eben na chidida shinanda no klinigi ko hot abi hatis to ashhoda ben ahot edo dida sadana huit hot yado eben dotcha ko amendment yago ha tot notlo hala ha ho one kilo dana ni zindo kadach kasto honda da ni salao so dan linigi ha that is indeed a caution and che ha Raymond Smith Jr. da chinido better zindo kilachini bushes chin honorani da chedo na kai da shinala ko shido salao son shle kon da shagan hodlo ko Nakajin, but Salao so that Nosinigi, even Nach ha bend the Jato, but Nach ha at the Disney. A call as associate should agent, but the Shati that Shinanda ahead now. Mr. Zerline, you have the floor. He can speak on behalf of the legislation and what it's going to do.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Smith, for that. Mr. Swerline, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Chair Pro Tem. Thank you, Vice Chair Smith, and good morning to all the honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. It is the hope of the Veterans Administration and the Veterans Advisory Council that through the adoption of this legislative amendment to the Housing Program Code, that we will be able to more efficiently manage the program and provide better housing services for our Navajo veterans. In the last 4 years, the program has not constructed a single home because the legislation involving the program has been conflicting and flawed. And this is the last opportunity here for us to fix the legislation for the program to become operational. And so today, I'm here to be able to answer any questions with Vice Chair Raymond Smith that may come before us regarding this legislation. I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Swerline, for that. Honorable Vice Chair Smith, you still have approximately 10 minutes left.
Here, Lanta Sintagi Pro Temp Speaker. I still have a couple of things I'd like to express on behalf of this legislation. If we do go into the amendments, I think that would be one of the big questions. As it is now, the half of the 4% shall be allocated to the Veterans Housing Program, and the Navajo Nation Veterans Affairs Administration, would be administering that. We can go further into detail on that because right now we don't have a position that's hired to oversee that, and Mr. Zerline can be the one that would be the overall supervision of that until that position is hired. I know there's going to be many questions on why there's no hiring, why there's no movement on this, but that's why I have my agent here, Mr. Zerline, and Shinandad on Affinity. We plead with you respectfully and work together and to work together and to move things in unison so that we can help our fellow Navajo citizens out there, our veterans, and those that need homes. We're not talking about the ARPA money. We're talking solely about the Veterans Trust Fund, which is under Title 12, Subchapter 8, 12 NNC subsection 1171. And this is to just restructure the distribution provision of the Navajo Veterans Housing Program. And it will amend the Navajo Trust Fund. We're not adding or deleting any funds. The main intent was to build the houses, and that's still the main intent, to build houses for veterans that need housing. And we're trying to implement that as soon as possible. There is going to be a demonstration tomorrow down at the San Benito Veterans Affairs headquarters. We're going to be building a Hawanamuz type house that's going to be provided for the veterans. And we're even opening the door for those veterans that can't afford houses. So that's the purpose of this legislation, Shenandoah. God bless you all, and thank you for praying for the rain. And we need more rain, Shenandoah. And I think this ends our presentation for now, and we're open for questions. Pro Temp Speaker, Mr. Nez, Honorable Nez.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chair Smith. Honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I don't have anybody in the queue. Are there any comments or questions?
This is Daniel. Put me in the queue.
Okay, you're first in the queue, Honorable Daniels. So you have 5 minutes. Okay, it'll be Honorable Keith Allen after, and then Honorable Charles Newton. So Honorable Daniels, you have the floor. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Pro Tem Speaker. Chairman Nance, I see by Helen Juno be Yishwash Arunana Dana Behas, then Juno Equado, other neck Eshigo, and Juno Eba Papa, Major Wash Stokodo. So I see by Helen, it's for our non-speaking Navajos out there that are listening to that. The Canada, they did like about the Shinokodo. So but Shanala legislation could have been in Yaki. I see by Helen Kodo. When we talk about veterans, it's another way it's going to be election season. The question sheet veterans when it comes to election season. So, but veterans, the 4 years for the past 4 years, not a single home has been built for our veterans throughout the Navajo Nation. I emailed Mr. Zwerline about a month ago, and I got no response from him. It's in regards to one of the veterans here, a homeless veteran, a veteran that is asking for a home. Last year, this homeless veteran was placed laid in the Phoenix area. He spent some months down there. And some years back, 2001, 2002, 3, materials. And the next day, that material was lost. So to this day, this veteran is still asking for help. And I want to thank Mr. Handley from Speaker's Office for assisting me with this veteran. Not just this veteran, but there's probably other veterans throughout the Navajo Nation that is in dire need of a home. for a house, a decent house. Not the shindig I seven man, he is his last so, Yego and Nana, should I eat Yego in his other dog, but this street that Chetan Ninhan call AI should is. So the email that I sent to Mr. Zorline was requesting for a meeting between myself and him, but I haven't got a response from him. So there's no communication between delegates and also Veterans Administration. I don't know NHA, they actually hit not that to help this veteran, but the CEO did that NATO. Agent for the NHA Veterans Assistant Agent. I think it not a NHA Agent or so other position So with this, my question: will this, with this legislation, how will this legislation help my homeless veteran and other homeless veterans throughout the Navajo Nation? And you know that winter is just around the corner. Cold season is just around the corner. Last so one that one tagon dark one yet that down dark AI is abagana that denigi. I don't know, Sadoshe, Sajiki, Shinto Nana, how one but done that or what that air that changes that there's in his last so. AI is aquadotam, legislation for the quadotam, Shinale, according Bana Dash Kitigatam, Dilahate on his last Sobaganata, then he arts Hillary cut towards Wash. Cocodo and Negotiate because the legislation such a drop at the shlish, according to Gatam, Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels, for your concerns and questions. I will now go to Honorable Key Allen DeGay Jr. You're next.
Pro Temp Speaker, 24th Navajo Nation Council, other Shekado legislation, Kitahni, so Ziki. Pro Temp Speaker, I did forward a series of point of privilege questions, which I like for a written response, not only to me, but share that with the 24th Navajo Nation Council, and also I'll share those response to the local chapter veterans organization that I represent. Internally, kodo adana bahana sito kashibahana sito le. As I indicated, that I'm constantly being told to be silent, not just do anything or say anything. But the last veterans meeting that I attended was this past Sunday at the Nazlini. How can I relate to their issues and concerns? Locally. Kodon it's a lot so ya iki kodoni yes che ya ha si la betis ado hot eniki accord adon nitiki hashet that may will this really be different, because we just heard the veterans director saying that the conflicting amendments or policy. As you know, that why now talk about that, because a lot of these policies are signed into law by the president of the Navajo Nation and signed by the oversight chair of a committee. If they're conflicting, why isn't that being addressed to the Legislative Council or the Department of Justice? Because they're the one that developed these languages that we request for. Going back, I know I don't have 5 minutes to resolve this whole situation that I'm trying to make a point, but in CJA 316, Administration do Advisory Committee established earlier. Although Veteran Navajo Nation Veterans Home Program established earlier within the administration. And within the administration, with the recent policy, HES Committee, CAP 421, calls for establishment of a program manager and agency housing specialist. Akoko halit aula ajito betenista. I believe that as administrators and in the advisory, we're trying to be the construction manager. That's the key point here. That's the whole reason why this is being delayed. This is how this whole legislation is being developed. Let the housing program specialist, let the housing program manager build these homes. I mean, that's the whole theme of these input and recommendation. So it is a question. I would seat or list. I don't know if any other colleagues are not going to be speaking. Provide me some time. Requesting pro temp speaker, reserve my time.
Thank you, Honorable Kealan Begay. You do have 46 seconds reserve time. Let me go back to the sponsor, Honorable Vice Chair Raymond Smith and his agent, Mr. Swerline. Gentlemen, please respond to the questions.
Okay, Chair, pro temp speaker, Harold Bishmas Anadin D. Yat Nana Ben Adolf Tassin Tasno Sagi PIC Yon Tazo Nanish Nachi Eyaha Atati Lisigi Lanani Zundida Corda Hitasas Sos. Okay, denied kid Corda the it's another whole one. So now so I need what but though Nachi how one snap cool. So now so Bakadi just allow so by your date hits allow so a what about that the link called Dina height under the whole one that then Ado sa neta. I see what that est opening na Corhinanish how about dot asigi Ado sta si order quad sahadu as what that but so bahishne on is playing so yeah I see the he do it is either I see the ya has yada benina hello but on need Ado did nas azot no into the Corhinanish but dot asigi but benina housing specialist housing program manager ha yad mahatten ako di benina sa na hit I con hitas so ha Mr. Zerline kid des indo a persona yalna so to benina niki con that ho one adult nisiki la ado con that benina kitty quad so now so the cardo was a Hashin so but this asking that Nanda, Mr. Zerline. I'd like to turn the floor over to Mr. Zerline on the question that was posed on the homeless veteran within Honorable Herman Daniels area to Mr. Zerline. Mr. Zerline, you have the floor on the response to why that was a problematic area. Nanda, you have the floor.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you,
With
Honorable
regard
Vice Chair
to
Smith.
that
Mr.
veteran,
Swerline, Mr. Swerline, please speak when I do give you the floor. So you have the floor now. Thank you.
thank you, sir, and I apologize for the misstep. Thank you for the question and thank you for the opportunity to provide a response. That particular veteran, Delegate Daniels, We had indicated through previous correspondence with you that we did not have a housing application for that specific veteran. As to why there had been housing materials delivered and then recovered, I cannot speak to that. That did not happen in the last 2 years, and we have no actual record from when those materials had been delivered to indicate either why they were delivered or why they were recollected. That was a problem that the housing program had. That's a problem that we're working to address. And in the most recent correspondence that we had received from you, we did get indication that the veteran was being taken care of by the housing authority. If we want this veteran to be taken care of by the Veterans Housing Program under the Veterans Administration, we need this program to start building, and we need to start clearing our waiting list. As I've mentioned in previous conversations with this body, there are 1,400 names on our waiting list, and this veteran in question is not one of those 1,400. So it's very imperative that if we want to be able to address specific veterans' housing needs today, that the program in general needs to start building. And the sooner we do that, the sooner we start clearing our list, and the sooner we can start helping new veterans get on that list. Thank you for the opportunity to respond.
Honorable Vice Chair Smith, may you respond to Honorable Keelan's? Thank you.
Okay, not Pro Temp Speaker. I will turn the floor back over to Mr. Zerline on the questions that was posed by Honorable Keelan Begay regarding this legislation. Mr. Zerline is here with me, and Pro Temp Chair, I'll turn it back over to you to let Mr. Zerline speak on behalf of this.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Smith. Mr. Sorline, may you respond to Honorable Keelan Begay's concerns? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair Pro Tem. Good morning, Honorable Delegate Begay. So I have copies of your questions. As we are speaking here this morning, I am working on the written response to be able to email those out to all 24 members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. The question that I would like to address right now as relates to the program manager position. The program manager position was not created in the original Title II amendment. The program manager position was just added into the housing program policy legislation that was approved in April. We cannot advertise for that program manager position until it is added now into the plan of operation for the Veterans Administration. The Department of Personnel Management has made it clear to us that if those positions are not in our plan of operation, they will not allow us to advertise. So we do not agree that the program manager position should have been added to the policies because it was not already in the plan of operation. So when we are assigning responsibilities to the housing program, specifically for a position that does not currently exist, that is what is going to continue causing delays in the program. If we move beyond that position, we remove it from the policies, then what remains is a housing program supervisor that is in the plan of operation, and we can advertise that position. We have been working with the Office of Management and Budget and DPM to get that position advertised, as well as the 5 housing specialists that are in the plan of operation and approved in the policy. We need to have the funds transferred into the appropriate account so that the advertisements will be permitted to go through, so that when we receive applications, we can retain qualified applicants, and then we will have the dedicated housing program staff. Each of the 5 agency offices are planning to have a housing specialist for administration of the program at the local level. And until we can actually get those positions advertised, right now I have to carry the bulk of the load of the program to be able to get it to a point where we're functioning in the absence of those staff. So as I mentioned, I am working on the written response to your questions, sir, and I hope to get those out in the next 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Swerline. Honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, I would like for you to know, as the pro tem speaker, and I believe that it would be Honorable Speaker Damon's wish to let you know that you do have a voice for your community. That is why you're a delegate. That is why you're a lawmaker. You should not be told to be silent. You should not be suppressed in any way to speak for your people. That is what we do. And if there's any inappropriate behavior from anyone, please write it and make sure there's a memo in place if anything like this should happen. You are lawmakers, you have a voice, you have every right to speak, and that's why you are provided 5 minutes during the council session for your information. Thank you very much. Next in the queue, we have Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. You have 5 minutes.
Chairman Naz. My question is, one, the question that was posed by Delegate Daniels was not answered, and that was simply that how will this legislation help homeless veterans? That's one question that wasn't answered. I'd like that question answered. Number two is, my understanding is under Russell B. Gay's administration, there were homes that were being built, although it wasn't as many as we had liked. But now in this administration, under the Nez administration, there has been absolutely no homes built. So what is the difference between the way that the law was written during the Russell administration, during Russell B. Gay's administration, and then the way that it's written today, and how will that help our veterans with their homes? I reserve the rest of my time.
Honorable Charles Newton, you have 4 minutes and 6 seconds reserved time. Next in the queue, we have Honorable Charlene So. You have 5 minutes. Honorable Charlene So. Going once, going twice. We'll come back to you shortly. Honorable Chairman Edmund Yazzie, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, Pro Tem Speaker, thank you. And also the members of the council and Mr. Smith, and also Mr. Zerline, thank you for sponsoring this legislation. I would just ask, I'm going to vote in favor of it. As we always say, it's for the veterans. And as you know, within our areas, we have a lot of our veterans. And, you know, we attend their meetings and they do need help. And so I appreciate their services when they are enlisted. And some have come out that done their time, and some, you know, are still in and that are serving. And so I just want to say to the Resource Committee, Mr. T. Allen Begay, and to the committee, Mr. Daniels, as you remember, we passed the legislation for allowing NHA to go ahead and give free homes to veterans that have good standings. That worked really good for 1 year. It passed, and with the council, past council, and when the new board came in, that totally changed. And I remember veterans calling and thanking the council and in tears because they got homes that were provided by NHA. The council has every authority to change the housing plan for NHA. And so please, you know, start that back up again, Resource Committee, because you are the oversight committee to help out the Veterans Department. And so I'm going to vote in favor of this. And if only Key Allen Begay is going to vote green, I'll give him the rest of my time. I'm only kidding, Mr. Begay. Pro Temp, I give the rest of my time to Mr. Begay. Key Allen.
Honorable Kealan Begay, you have 3 minutes and 8 seconds given to you by Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Begay.
Pro Tem Speaker, Chairman Yazzie here, brother. Kudo sa Bahanati Siski, just because I make amendment, I don't believe it should be interpreted as I'm opposing the legislation. Let me make that correction. Jodi kat bayat kait awla kajo ilna kukudo at asat nezna tindo nezna asanda atle has anko kawan mihito ne chukat en hite ni kuko ebe has ani of iniki do behes ani sign adad na eki do khudat e da benna kat o khot ekhna ako dakhit al e o khot o do ben khn da do ngisalat so khot o be bchinda hoyidna ako why does this policy mean the situation has to be brought up until they come before the council? Ako I guess the guarantee, I mean, I support any legislation for our veterans. I mean, I believe that this is being utilized against me by the administration, that I'm doing this to provide obstacle of building homes for our veterans. So, the last veterans meeting, there was almost 100 different areas that they've addressed to me, and I brought this up. Obviously, it will be home site lease, art clearance, numbers of home, veterans, general discharge. What about honorable discharge? What about the surviving spouse? What about the surviving children? Those are the areas we're trying to address through these legislations. And has to not Akoko dan it an hina not carbon Hawan don nitiki to to me that's just an excuse. Akobe ben national and Niki Halet out I'm willing to support it. I appreciate the time, Speaker.
Thank you. You used up Honorable Edmund Yazzie's time. Honorable Begay, you still have reserved time of 46 seconds, but at this time, I will go back to the sponsor, Honorable Vice Chair Raymond Smith Jr. and his agent, Mr. Swerline. Gentlemen, your response?
Agushi, here Nana Dash, Nanda, Lad Tasantagi, Pro Temp Speaker. Those that sit quiet, 19 Kiddigi. Eat down quiet. One Elnahat, former President Russell Begay. What is the difference from now to then? The difference that will be provided by Mr. Zerline, who's looking at the housing from the time it started, when his tenure, and today, on how we can help veterans abroad. And the question that was posed by Honorable Daniels, not answered, how will we or how will this legislation help homeless? This is to ensure that we do help homeless veterans. There was a legislation that was presented to the Health and Education Human Services, specifically speaking about homeless and specifically wanting to help homeless. And in that legislation, Health and Education Human Services is the final authority. Therefore, there is a substantial number of homeless, but like what Mr. Zerline had spoke upon, it's important that we have documents in place, that we have veterans registered with their agency and requesting for homes in order to be considered. And that's what we're trying to establish, utilizing the Veterans Trust Fund to help our veterans. As you see that the legislation is to, back when former President Russell Begay there was 15 homes that would be equitably built, constructed at each agency. With this legislation, there's not going to be a number of how many homes would be for each agency. It would be based on the housing requests that are come forth and opening the door to help veterans in the aspects of getting homes, construct as many turnkey homes as possible for homeless veterans. And this is the leverage too that we're trying to establish, matching funds in order to construct as many homes and even to provide major and minor repairs. Many veterans have homes that are built and they need major or minor renovations and repairs. So this Ani Bande Tenegi shall apply to honorably discharged Navajo veterans. And what Shichay spoke about is general discharge other than honorable. And those can be amended. Those can be placed in a legislation to help veterans in the aspects of not receiving honorable discharge. There is circumstances that veterans do get discharged other than honorable. But right now we're just focusing on the honorable, and any delegate can submit a legislation to help other than honorable, general, medical, and the discharges that our veterans receive, so that they too will be inclusive in this Veterans Trust Fund. So Shananda, I'll turn the floor over to Mr. Zerline to elaborate further on this. Pro Temp Chair, or Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Smith. Let me provide a brief summation in Navajo of what you had stated and the questions that are asked for those that would like to hear what we are debating today on the council floor and on the World Wide Web. Yate shikero shidneno leni ara daisno gido dan hinat koro besh bahas anasad tan hadit ahi namazdo sladona kido quit zorona din sa koro sabetan hadit ahi koro hadalia kishi di nihisala sopa ajati koro nade kit ke nade kit le aro koro Honorable Charles Newton, Naidesh Kid Khalit Adin Hibeshbas, Honorable Daniels, Naidesh Kida Aronat Ajo Bahna or Zid, no Naidesh Kid, ended the Nave Seda, Kro Etzelesteron, Hinan Ada Satan, Iki, you have former president, no Russell Begay, Bishiki, Ela Quibe, Ata on Stock at Nigo, Kro, ya ya penegi ne nae hot ala des kit out of a cake on the ya koro honorable chairman Edmund Yazi nae des kit she ya al choden shlach chogi but es aliki koro ba bashliat esabe tan hadit ahenela a kote kuje hawandal eju tahol tache inex ebe ochi hit an reta bechada si ji khalet an he salat cho bagan do hot ada halle ta tabdi no bechada hasi ji do bagan sapa ta lia khot nte bekhede ene ta nes beneki aj benant ada halloneki e sahote la gut benina ek achi e yahati behes ane ki sahondo nes ko anoya hatji ara koron hinant a sato kialon beke ne ge ta London night kito alago night kidike yaha koro die yaha koro behas ane adal na ki ben ge kholong e ta na to khui khot e got attending hisala son leniki koro bayel kito palana ni chen ko di saho pan da hon agi benina e di hot behas ane ki shahada do link amendment ol ge ki koron so zon hs la john hidoni a kode koron hinant and then again honorable vice chair Raymond Smith Jr. coronal tosbe sa betan hadit ai bahat lian then again no e nat ahanachi kon etc korot celesteron hinant and the russell beke ba on nesto las dasata the nevenant ayan leniki bet at edo korok on nation leniki ya an hinanish il on hisalat soba Panel nation Labakati Lewaspen Yaron Hipesh Bahasan Koro Honorable Daniels Nave or Jade Kora Naida Kidden Liniki Yaha Naida Kidike and Nature de Eben Yakros Sar Betan Hadit Ahnedaros of Toziki Yahadida Nikisala Sob Baganda Deniki Banel Nestobania and the This last Sobiyada on Nation Linike Health Education and Human Services Committee will get a best nana, but Anacha and Linne Aj Bananas Yosan Nela, a Kotaho ne a Yan his last son Linike Anare chapter done Nel de Kera hat e ato Biji ete leto Ebenina e Kwaki Shinto Sato Ayop Benina do Bakan da Awoto Noya Haji. Ako nte nagairan etsalas data ni president asata large Russell Beke yaha khan tsogashi and hona ade each agency slako yaha hanel she yaha de one bada to ne khoto ne shla ata holiande chondek adeti hijona hidol na to de ko de ta okheden lenike yaha de dal khashbich ado nation hisala choron hisala chobaganda tanibeniga baganda haro leto bagan khait ashin pa past era do net aita baganda halond no yaha jiaron hisala so etas at asala chon honorable discharge will get go yat eho are a contrade yaron al socio spanga natsa sa ha khan so ishibina hot discharge da but il ne bera ilne sa khan so go shipa tandas anigiben nach hot bera ilne no nat ahnachi koshi khro he passenger list aro nage sala sobat khaz anshik abanar dot us Mr. James Squirline, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, sir. And thank you again for the questions. To provide a little bit more clarification on how will this legislation help veterans, the primary answer for that question is contained in a proposed legislative amendment that was put forth by the Law and Order Committee, that this program would now provide financial assistance to our Navajo veterans who lack permanent residence who live off the Navajo Nation. We would be able to provide that financial assistance directly to a contractor who would be building that home, or a pre-manufactured housing distributor that would be able to deliver and install that home for a veteran who does not live within the boundaries of the Navajo Nation. That is the biggest single change on this legislation. As Vice Chair Smith mentioned, we are also proposing the removal of the construction cap of 15 homes per year. This becomes important as we move into ARPA funds. If the Veterans Housing Program is going to be in receipt of any of these ARPA funds, under the existing law, we are still limited to the construction of 15 homes per agency per year. We want to be able to build a significant number of homes in each of the next 3 years utilizing ARPA funds. The previous administration had a Southwest Indian Foundation contract for the construction of 10 homes. This contract was not, is not technically considered part of the housing construction process for the Veterans Housing Program. So while we do acknowledge that there were 10 homes built, I don't know that the veterans that were selected for receiving housing under this contract had gone through any screening process to ensure that they were in fact eligible to receive those homes. I believe it was Delegate Edmund Yazzie that asked a question about the discharge types for qualifying individuals, and I apologize, sir, if it wasn't your question. It was at the recommendation of the Veterans Advisory Council that because we have such a large waiting list, in an effort to ensure that our most eminently qualified veterans are applying for this program, that we should change it at this time to be honorably discharged veterans only. And that at a future time when the program is able to more efficiently and rapidly construct housing, that we then change the policies, change the laws to allow more applicants to be eligible for the program. But it was at the recommendation of the Veterans Advisory Council that we currently are saying only honorably discharged veterans. Those were the only questions that I had here right now marked down, looking for a response. So thank you, Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you very much, Mr. Squirline. James Squirline Jolga Salat so Aja because Aja a Kokroya had Zigin Lenige contractor and that Nishki one day Inge Aja Khan Sagoshimba Salati Hawan Bada Dod Nesto and a Veda Shlaata Hawan Dahedon Netane 8 at the out or Neil Eshla Atato Lately agencies and job or Jono Hadzi Aron that did Nikisala so Nihawan Badahado Late Lana needs and deep so are Washington then or Tahaki Nahan Degi Arpabidi Nigi chose Ego Alago Bidon Nesto Hawan Batado Nest what the discharge Niki Is at Heki Eha Anage but Anat Nelgonat Ani Aja Salat Soda Nahas Veterans Advisory Council Nigi Han Sabashim Basala Hodat Heki Yendash Nashnila a Konasta Joha one did in his lot so one bad in you know not Nazi Kashe Kodo. I'd like to go back to the floor. We have in the queue Honorable Charlene So.
Shiaj, Adot Yad Nana Shiaj, Honorable Raymond Smith, Adol Mrs. Werline. The behas ani hatin lagi e Hansen of Sagebe Thank you so much for just continuing to support the Veterans Administration. And first and foremost, the behas ani anida ndas aziki e could lati hawan alneheki lay the question that go and when is the construction date? If we pass this, can you give us a projected time of when we can start seeing some progress once this legislation is passed? Veterans in my district 9A, and they're hoping to see an outcome. So can you just give us a time of when we can start expediting these processes in home applications? When can we start seeing some construction? Question I reserve my time.
Honorable Charlene So, your reserve time is 3 minutes and 51 seconds. I don't see anybody in the queue, so I'll go back to the sponsor, Honorable Vice Chair Raymond Smith Jr. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Pro Temp Speaker and Navajo Nation Council, and those who are listening abroad. That is a great question, and I wish I could give you a solid answer. But this legislation right now that we are talking about will help ensure that we do move forward as quickly as possible. The aspects of this legislation is set the foundation just like a home. In order to move forward, we need help from the veterans too. We need the veterans to first apply, have a home site lease, all clearances completed, and provided to the agencies that they are under and sent to the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration. There's many, many applications, even from the previous years, that are currently still pending. So that would be up to the Navajo Veterans Administration and the housing program to try to expedite and try to get these homes built as soon as possible. I too myself in my area in Fort Defiance and across the 110 chapters, I would like to see homes be built starting tomorrow once we pass this and the president does pass this into law. And what Mr. Zerline had spoke about was to also open the door for the American Rescue Plan Act fund. So without further ado, Shema, I'd like to turn the floor over to Director Mr. Zerline. He has a better insight. He's got floor plans. He's working diligently daily. He's at his office 6 a.m. every day without fail to try to improve and try to help veterans. He's even a veteran, which even makes it where he understands veterans' concerns and needs. And we have the advisory, we have our CVOs out there that are listening in and wanting to take news back to the local chapters so that they could hear what this legislation is basically intending to do, Shema. So I highly encourage us leadership to talk with our CVOs and talk with our veterans and help to facilitate this and maybe even help with the home site lease, archaeological clearances, and push these things along so that we can get homeless veterans a home and even renovation and major minor repairs too. So without further ado, Laj Dasintagi, Pro Temp Speaker, I'd like to turn the floor over to Mr. Zerline.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Smith. Mr. Swerline, you have the floor, sir. Your response.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Delegate So, for that question. That is a very important question, and it's one that is on everybody's mind. The Veterans Administration has a housing construction contract in place. The only thing we are missing is the order of construction based on the assessments of the applications that we already have. The contract that is in place right now is addressing the audit findings from 2017. Of the 148 homes that were built in year 1 and year 2, 2014, 2015, there were 36 homes that were audited, and we have a comprehensive list of the deficiencies of the construction process of those homes. The contractor that we have entered into a contract with is a Priority 1 Navajo-owned contractor licensed to do work in the residential field. They are accompanying Veterans Administration staff to all 148 of these homes that we constructed, determining if these homes had construction failures from the original construction. We started in Eastern Agency. We have visited several chapters along the I-40 corridor. We have started visiting chapters in the Fort Defiance Agency, also along the I-40 corridor, and we are working our way as diligently as possible towards Tuba City. We are developing task orders that will be authorized for the contractor to perform work on these veterans' homes, and we actually anticipate being able to start these repairs on these homes in 2 weeks. We need time to be able to schedule with the veteran that the contractor will be on site to be able to perform this work. And then for the construction of new homes, it will be dependent upon when we can get these applications assessed. There is legislation that is getting ready to be presented to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee on the housing program policies that will include the DOJ amendments that were recommended but did not get considered by the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. We are hoping that that legislation will be presented for committee action in the next 2 weeks. And then with the policies being in place, we will be able to start assessing those applications. And based on when we complete all of those assessments is when we will know when we will start the construction of new housing. So thank you for the question, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Shoreline, for your response. Ados nant ana senegi bespansa ana kro nat an hichana otsi shne ara daisnal tsage kro nada kitten lenegi en bespansa ana twakan has ado Shoreline so nada kit Hans ato khala hol juskoto the kuyos kasto a con nada kit 80 kadat on nishano nada kit Ako atskent go date ocean yat etchano koroya yastke to ya nihisalat so ya finlandla Coronat on Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Vice Chair Coronat on Nazi ke nightent kidiki no Nazi dollar lanan senda hot honen de de to bohna zada jonna Ako Alajan Lenige Yahadin Kisalat so Elsa Nal Tos Hadedo Lehiji Aja Eb El Kande Ahot Edo Leh Ado Hodat Ebony Nasata do Howan Beda Haleta Ako de Howaniki Ani de Achket go Howan that old Nes Dedek a de Consard Bedan Hadit Ahe Abe las nation as karo da height ashink akon sa kes go e batint all tanela akoti nikisalat so large that the Mr. Shoreline ke aita panahat agin dash chage hot a wando national ke be hodla do e aje age se khale be na national e kro ya haji do aje ke han so go shin bet be hosen hot e jonela Aro koro Mr. Shoreline not Nazi go go hati koro I guess Hankinanish Edel in the audit findings olga Han Sogoshin not nan hit as kato nal kan denike on Nishigibik Akojo hot olga Han Sogoshi koro Daniel Edo hast edit link needs and go Hinanish in nails and Nehinan Adan Lini koro Housing the Nahas Tanigi Advisory Petchuno Ekro, Yashkito, the Tanas Nelbagan Bedin, Nigo Tan Nelgo chapter houses, Goro Batahadi, Credo, Nasi Kanare, Kojo, Ha Bia, Ha Acho Do, Kojo Archigo Nare, Tonanas Digital di Salaton, Lenigibiti, Kato, Betahi, Najuno, Hanazi, Natan, Arushan, Akro, Beshmas, Anno Senigi. We have one individual in the queue, Honorable Nikisalat Solon Lineji Korobahido Atitobesh Bahasa Anach and Leader Honorable Eugene So. You have 5 minutes. Honorable Eugene So. Lanta, push *6. Son hastra Bethledelchi.
Oh, it was this shit.
Big.
It's just not us.
5 minutes. Oh, bigger. None.
Sure. There's some discrepancy or there's some issues regards to third line. The contract that Ibidesh president through Kodo Nas had illegate we need to really look at that. Since it's a public information, it should be I need only the executive director and the veterans. So Speaker Pro Temp what we really need to know that I don't that the crucial has only in the hot each in league is where I'm at. I can't really the veterans though see that's needed because I'm only under the Law and Order Committee. So it really is it hinders. But Chinle, though most of the Chinle people, a lot of population within the Navajo Nation or Vietnam veterans. Or you began that, and or you are the carto, that order, that or you don't say you that the has, or you the has. These are issues. We don't have homes for these veterans. So I don't know if hospital is a that. Call that, and we need something done here. Regards to housing. We've been talking about this since I guess somebody came back from World War I. Or during the war in the canyons on the Navajo Nation with the Scalries. This is a never-ending thing that we're still talking about it. We need something done. So I would like to know the contract. Was president in the contract that you like it. ADRC passionate potent church as though council delegate Finito is not started a halal and that's my issue and that's my concern and I want it to materialize. Thank you. Serve my time.
Okay, Honorable Eugene So. Do you have 2 minutes and 20 seconds? Shananta, Honorable Eugene So. I'm not going to take time away from you. Request the contract and then get a cut and then get a contract.
Their line, executive director. But by under the president, he was hired on 6 years. That's all I know. What should we doing within that 6 years time? So the Veterans Administration does not really belong directly under the president. So it needs to be moved back under the Division of Human Resources. So even now, I want to drop the legislation regards to that, but we need to know the contract. What's the main issue? What is the why was he hired? What he has to do? What are the goals? We need to see it, Chair Slash.
Hakoshila, thank you for your question, Honorable Eugene So. Let me go back to the sponsor at this time. Gentlemen, Honorable Vice Chair Raymond Smith Jr. and Mr. Z, Mr. Swerline, please respond.
Well, thank you, Pro Temp Speaker and Navajo Nation Council. This question, is this basically the question for the contract in hiring and the job description and the position that is now currently held by the director, Mr. Zerline? Is that the contract we're talking about? Or are we talking about the contract for building homes? Need to be a little clarification on that, Shinada. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Smith. What Honorable Eugene So is requesting is the contract when Mr. Zwerline was hired as the Executive Director of the Veterans Administration. And Mr. Honorable Eugene So would like to know when he was hired and how long the contract is good for, and what does the contract say? So what he is requesting is the contract to be divulged to the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Honorable Vice Chair Smith.
Pro Temp Speaker, for that clarification could need it, contract. We don't have the contract, as we say, right on hand, but I'm sure we could get that contract as soon as possible. But I'll turn the floor over to Mr. Zerline, because he is the director of the Navajo Veterans Administration and was placed under this contract, and maybe he can elaborate on behalf of the contract without having the contract as Shania is requesting. So I'll turn the floor over to Mr. Zerline, Honorable Speaker Pro Temp.
Thank you very much, Honorable.
Pro Temp.
Hold on. Honorable Eugene So, let me go to our Chief Legislative Counsel, Ms. Barbara, and see if she can respond to if having a contract employment by Mr. Z can be disclosed. Ms. Barbara?
Thank you, Speaker, Pro Tem Navajo Nation Council. The contract with the Executive Director of the Veterans Administration, it's stated that that's how he will be employed under 2NC 1031, which was passed by CJA-3-16. It is funded with public funds. So I think that the contract can be disclosed. I would have, because it's public funds, it's a public contract, it can be disclosed. I would like DOJ to opine if there are any Navajo Nation Privacy and Access to Information Act issues that they've identified. I have not identified any generally, but I don't have a copy of the contract. Legislative branch doesn't have a copy of the contract. I have made some inquiries, but have not gotten a copy. I am presuming that a copy of that contract rests with OPVP. And there also may be a copy of that contract with the Office of the Controller. Thank you, Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you very much for your response, Ms. Barbara. Let me go back to Honorable Eugene So. What is your point of privilege, sir?
To
Honorable
request,
Eugene.
If I could request employment contract with Missouri, since it's a Navajo Nation Department of Personnel Management, this district allows transparency. Thank you.
Staff, could you contact the Department of Personnel Management and have them get on the call, please? Thank you. Mr. Swarline, your response, sir? Before you get on the call, Mr. Swarline, Honorable Eugene So, Ashbiga, Koro staff appointed the Department of Personnel Management, Akoi Ada, Esto Sato Yahadotze. Mr. So?
We got pro temp. We
Koshila.
should report of that exhibit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Swarline?
Thank you, sir, and thank you for the question. The Navajo Nation Veterans Administration Executive Director position was advertised through the President's website and through the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration webpage. The job description was provided by the Veterans Advisory Council with amendment to what had been previously advertised. The Veterans Advisory Council made recommendations for changes in the job description in the advertisement to the President's office, and those changes were accepted, and that position was advertised again. The position was applied for by 3 potential candidates, with myself being one of them. I don't have all of the information because it was a contract selection process that I was an applicant for, so that information has not been disclosed to me. But it is my understanding that the Chief of Staff conducted a application review panel, and of the 3 applicants, only 1 application was considered responsive in that it met all of the criteria of the job description as published. And based on that, the President did select me to become the executive director. So as Ms. Barbroff had mentioned, the executive director position under Title II, Section 1031, is a 6-year contract selected and hired by the President's office. So thank you for the question.
Thank you for your response, Mr. Swarline. Honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, as well as the audience that are listening in on the World Wide Web. Yet eto koro asgoshin nek ashikoro ben not on the hashnet ole koro nehbeshbas anchin leader Honorable Eugene So Jolio corona istel kitide de a large banana sheet in a salat so but has a large banana sheet in a de not so speak a hot Hananish aliagi contract or ligahegi executive director. Yahanal Sosigid, Nihich Odo, Leto, Satoti, Behas Aniki, Best Odo, Leto, Ilanila, Hot Eheki, Enal Sosbeth, Ratet, Aniki, Hui, Hananish Radet, Aneta, Jano, Nides, Kito, Saho Nides, Kinregin, Lehas Ade, and his last so Ani, which Nahot in La, Ene, Nere, not also. Because does by Vietnam hol has added Hohenland, a con hit the net and das Kende Dished and Nahas Kago, Viego Bachenda Hit Nada Baganda, then go hot up a Hajobag on the Kajono Haji, a co, D.A. Yaha, Hait Ada, but or Nato one Balanan, Sanjono Bahajoji, Adonat Ahajahana or J. Koro, Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., Vice Chair. You had a contract only Gehegila, Hayat, ne contractors, Zishpano, Erodats, and Nishidats, and no, a Koshenat Abachahanasto, the Chahanasti, Tasadot Santo, Kodo, De Yahan Hibeshbans, Ani, Yanadis, Kiriki, Yaha, Hait Ala, Hadina, Nishiki Han, Hanelia, Johot Ege, Handinal, Source Behadet, Ege Nich, Hot State Beshbans, Anna Din Dinko. Benach Hosan Satobest Orole. I don't have best ones on Chin Lido Hanachi, Digi Satobest Orole, when Yadish Nido that nail each on a con large Gatit Ahen Denegame as Dana Barbara for Gehena, but desk kid. Dish Ash hot ego tea, not source contract, and Nenegi, Kodo, Banachin Nan, Nishbek, Hodini, Denegis, lots of bunch of Nishiki. Ash nal tos ne hitchen holla hosh a kopati ninde a ko a hot a shi dot a da di koro height a shi elia kin a large it's a stage in the major present nes ba on nes has a shi nal tos shi beda halno do a sato a big chono ya haji ara koro ne hisala so a large ba on nes leni Mr. Scoreline not a so koro but na a hanat the Nela Dishana Nishin Senegi Executive Director Na Nishiki Eha Negego Beta Histo Sto or Kako Din Nage President Nesba on Nish at Silla Stage has Aje E Na Nishiki Hot Ana Nishno Keta Stoko Eva Kako Elia Atai Hatako Nda is Neldo Ndes Neldinal Source Ako Did Aja Nagay President Nes, but has Aja Chief of Staff, a large Akergon, Bananas, Ich, and Lenike, Hans of Shinal Source Arts, one that's is Neliki, they net a co Adonat I President Nes, Na Nishpan Naliag, or Epe, de Kojishik Edil, Executive Director, or Geheki Hastana, Kajishish Nanish Instant, or Jono Hatsi, Shidneroshik Erosh, and Anot, anyone, Sagoshe, Koro. Not on his question, Holian, Lido, Leto, Cache. I will go back to reserve time since we don't have anybody in the queue at this time. We do have Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. You have 46 seconds.
Pro-Tem Speaker, if you could allow me to give me your time if you're not going to speak. And I'm in support of this legislation. I just want to provide additional information of what I've been doing on behalf of the veterans, which the Veterans Administration is not fully in support of it. As you know, that there's a new legislation that's on the 5-day comment period, requesting for direct service on the Navajo Nation. It seems that we're just looking at the Navajo Nation funding, but the administration is not really advocating to seek support at the federal level. To Washington in Liniki Ajo Ebert Slot on it, Joshua Slot on Shle, Coco, Archilahit, Eto, Bitney Kade, Arden, Coco, Kojina, Behobo Besos, and the Likit Arj, the need me. I believe that that's one area that the administration should really be able to assist in helping our veterans. So, Pro-Tem Speaker,
Honorable Key Allen Begay, you have no more
time.
time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Honorable Keelan Begay, for your questions. I will go back to Honorable Vice Chair Raymond Smith Jr. for your response, sir.
Thank you very much, Pro-Tem Speaker. The question that was posed is Navajo Nation Veterans Administration looking to the current Veterans Trust Fund. That is true. We are looking at the Veterans Trust Fund, which is under Title 12, subsection 8, 12 NNC, subsection 1171. However, that does not prevent us to leverage, that does not prevent us to look elsewhere for funding. And that's why we have a Veterans Director to initiate and to provide dialogue to the state, federal, in regards to assisting our Navajo Nation veterans. However, there is certain laws and certain parameters that do ensure that we are in line when asking for additional appropriation. We got to be respectful in that, and I'm sure Mr. Zerline has information on that, Chiche. So I'll turn the floor over to him. I do support the fact that we could also entertain at the state and also at the federal level whatever support, whatever funding, whatever is possible for our veterans, even services that could be rendered to our veterans here, because a lot of our veterans have seen combat action and they need help, not only homes and also medical, and some are disabled even at 10% to 100%. In between that, there is services that could be rendered for the Navajo Nation. So at this point in time, Pro Temp Speaker, I'd like to turn the floor over to Mr. Zerline on Chiche's question. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Smith. Mr. Swerline, your response, sir? Before you do respond, Mr. Swerline, honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, we do have on the call with us Dr. Fowler and also Racita Toddy from Department of Personnel Management for your information. So they will be on standby for today. Mr. Swerline, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, sir, for the question and the opportunity to speak to that issue. It is currently our position that if the Navajo Nation's Veterans Administration cannot get our programs to function internally, that it is not of any benefit to anyone at this time to start asking for additional dollars from the federal government to fund programs that we are trying to run, but that are not being successful running them. When it comes to an item like direct services, the Federal Veterans Administration does not recognize a term called direct services. When we ask as a nation for them to provide direct services to the Navajo Nation, they don't know how to respond to that question. So what the administration has been doing for the last year and a half is we have been taking baby steps with them. We have been starting on claims and benefits, and we now can happily report that we have direct access to the ability to upload and view veterans' claims status within the federal VA system. We obtained that access just this week, and based on that access, with the previous 5 weeks, we have done 5 veterans claims and benefits events where we have processed 215, that's 215, new claims for veterans. And so we are able to upload those claims directly into the system and then be able to provide the veteran real-time information on the status of those claims. So it's initiatives like this that will allow us to start moving on to bigger things, like requesting financial assistance to be able to fund not just housing, but other claims abilities, other resources needed for veterans, counseling services, health services, up to and including a VA hospital on the Navajo Nation. So with that, I'm gonna pause on the answer, but thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Swerline. Arosnant ano tene bes mas ano arosned isnot age corona de kidney ne bes mas anda ke halando ke alan bige de koro sabetan hadit aitla nil sosiki benachenti corona istel kidney aron that ashel oslat so nslano naidel kid aro de crosanat sabetan hadit ai ha shla kono roya ha zido Pesos خليت آتو أنا غير سكوش قطعت نو إنجنو يا هاتي إن United كد أكو كورونا أبجهنا أو تي Honorable Vice Chair Raymond Smith أنيلا دي كرو Veterans Administration has AJA نبنا بنانش سنديدة Veterans Trust Fund هنو بيس أكويس نلقي دو أي أكويت أي هاتسيت إيت عند نغيغو تو بكها أخذت إيدو ليسن تدي كجيجي السعي هدي كروسا بيتنا هديت أهد بهدت أجنو هاتي أرو تيرة أكوي خد بيسو دو هت إيدا أجبرت إن لهس آجي إيب خان سقوشين بهس آني بخلنا عندتا دي كون أتهس آدات إيجدا بإيكان دا وإيدا إيجي سبك أهجنو هاتي أكو دي كرو Mr. Swarline, Banadat or Asto and Apil to Hadot, Nila Hat Zinda Nila, a Kotik at Eha, and that the Kodo Banchi Kesidol, Nikitan Deniki Eha, Elsa Dida, Washington has other base ability, Kiliki Elsa, what end in any tin Nila, the direct service or Geheki has done go by a car now, when Deniki. Benani tin ke when I get it or tin khaled or but a house and the Dihodat, Hegi the hot abe nail Nishiki, Naila, Ako, Dida, Nehe Salat Sod and Linichan, so she claims of Geheki, Stop up and Dale Nesto, these Dida Koro. Based the chin, sick case, Nikan, Nishiki beyond a hotel, ego a Agile, and Dale, the story at El Corona, and Zeniki, Bayat, Etoban, Yano, Nazi, so the Hunsagoi, Hakoro, Altasago, Orch, and House, Laro, Dida, Cache, Koro, Ne Bespans, and Koro, Hodest, no a happy Christ, so Hokishi. We do have in the queue with us, Honorable Wilson Stewart. You have 5 minutes.
Agustin Shana, acting chair, our acting speaker today, Vice Chair Smith, for this legislation. So I said, part of this legislation, I just have a couple of questions. One question, and that's with this legislation, again, how will it work with our veterans who are at medium to high income is number one. And then I do have two rather. And then number two, with this in the process, and I know that you have stated before through the legislation that there is not a timeline now to say what time, when it will start or be put into place. But in what has been spoken of before, these many months that we've talked to Mr. Zorline, it seems like that those answers are repetitive. As a director, there should be a timeline to say this is what is projected. This is what we see. Should this go through? And yet we're still getting answers with, I don't know, I can't say. And those are the only two questions I have. Shania, Pro Tem Speaker, I give the rest of my time to Shania, Mr. Key Allen.
Thank you for your question, Honorable Stewart. You have 3 minutes and 40 seconds remaining, which you have given to Honorable Kealan Begay. Honorable Kealan Begay, you have 3 minutes and 40 seconds.
Yeah, they Pro-Tem Speaker Shana. Ado kudo sile Delegate Stewart hens ha kudo time shafin lagi. Earlier kudo bahasi the I don't know how to even respond to or think of it, saying that the Navajo Nation government needs to organize itself appropriately in order for the program to start seeking support to the state and the federal. Maybe that's the reason why Mr. So is asking what are the content of the duties and responsibility of the administration director, or the SNIT, we're just being provided some, I would say, excuses of why the administration is not adamantly or really seeking support from the state and the federal level. I have been attending some of these minority meetings at the DC level, meeting with the state veterans programs. The thing that they always tell me is that there's no input or contact by the Veterans Administration with the Navajo Nation. These are some areas that I've been asking. Why is it that there's no a plan that we're seeking support or request to the federal government? Washington, Washington, Nikki, Jun He, his last so there's not the media, that's a last so. I mean, that's a good population on the Navajo Nation, which the federal government should really consider that there should be a direct service. I mean, any policy that we have is also the same at the DC level, which could be changed. And that's where the advocacy comes in. That's where the support comes in. That's where the administration needs to come in to really help the Navajo Nation veterans of what the responsibility that the federal government has. Because in a way, as we indicate earlier, that we're just letting off the federal government while the Navajo Nation government is coughing up a lot of these funding that were given to the veterans. I mean, there should be double or even triple. Housing should be available, and there should be even fundings available to build homes across the Navajo Nation, while the 10,000 veterans has already I'll share the email response from Mr. Z Swearline on my social media and send them over to the chapter, the 5 chapters that I've.
Honorable Begay. Honorable Begay. Honorable Keelan Begay. Honorable Keelan Begay. Honorable Keelan Begay. On once. On twice.
Chairman Keelan.
Okay. Honorable Keelan Begay, you may proceed.
Again, I got my phone, my call dropped, but sticking to the legislation, he did know that once the legislation is presented, the whole situation or an issue needs to be addressed as well while we're developing or making a comment or any decision that we have to make on these legislation. But maybe one thing that I want to ask the Veterans Administration is that what's the guarantee of the 5 chapters that I represent? Thank you.
Okay. Your borrowed time has expired. Thank you. Let me go back to the sponsor, Honorable Vice Chair Raymond Smith Jr. and your agent. You have the floor.
Thank you, Pro Temp Speaker Shiche and Navajo Nation Council. I like what Shiche has said. Networking with the federal, state, and others to leverage, to request for funding. However, there is the advisory, which is under the Navajo Nation President, known as the Navajo Nation Veterans Advisory, which was established by Resolution CMA 25-71. They have the authority under Title II, which is established by the Navajo Nation and is recognized with the plan of operation, and to help facilitate. So these 3 that are on the advisory council could advise the Navajo Nation President to speak on behalf of the veterans to solicit our legislatures, congressfolk, senators in the 4 states that surround us, Arizona, New Mexico, Utah, and even Colorado, now that we have property there, to see what the nation and the Congress can come together and move forward to assist our endeavors to help our veterans with the homeless through the Navajo Nation Veterans Program. So Shinanda, I highly encourage that the Advisory Council, that's what they were in place for, and that's what they were intended for. That's why they're under the Navajo Nation President, to work with the Navajo Nation President. And also that is teamwork, and Mr. Zerline is also part of the Veterans Administration in behalf of developing and creating dialogue at these certain states to present their requests and proposals, and we as Navajo Nation Council can be solicited and also support and speak on the behalf of the Navajo Nation veterans when we do go to Washington, D.C. to solicit and to present our needs on behalf of the veterans. So Shananda, I do look forward to really assisting the Veterans Administration. It takes teamwork to do this, and it takes a lot of pre-thought in how we're going to accomplish this. And we even have state task force too that we could utilize on behalf of this state task force and their lobbyists, and get information and set up meetings and present this to the federal level to leverage funds. So Shananda, I'd like to turn the floor over to Mr. Zerline on behalf of this question that Che had presented. And I do support the veterans fully on looking for funds elsewhere, because the Veterans Trust Fund is available at this point in time, but we could start dialogue on that. So Pro Temp Speaker, I'd like to turn the floor over to Mr. Zerline.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Smith. Mr. Swerline, you have the floor.
Thank you, sir, again for the opportunity to respond to questions. I would like to clarify a comment that I had said earlier, that it is the Veterans Administration within the Navajo Nation that we are the ones that need to get ourselves straightened out. There was no implication about the Navajo Nation government. I am not in a position to be able to speak towards that matter. I can only speak towards the status of the Veterans Administration. It is a matter of consistency in a leadership position that will allow any program to go from dysfunction to functional. Since the Veterans Administration was created by the Veterans Act and the Veterans Advisory Council was established by the same Veterans Act in 2016, there have been 7 different directors for the Veterans Administration in the last 5 years. I have been here now 2 years, and the administration is finally starting to get squared away. The Veterans Advisory Council is now starting to work together as a team to advocate for veterans issues. We have a plan internal to the Advisory Council on how we are going to move forward advocating for veterans issues. The chair of the Advisory Council has not authorized me to represent the Advisory Council to discuss on this matter, and I would have to defer to any future plans of the Advisory Council to him or the vice chair to be able to speak on those issues. But the Veterans Administration, we are working on getting our house fixed so that when we reach out to federal and state partners, we have our act together and they're more likely to provide us with support, either financially or directly, by providing state and federal resources on the Navajo Nation. So thank you for the opportunity to respond.
Point of privilege, Speaker. Kellen.
Honorable Kealan Begay, what is your point of privilege? And be sure that your point of privilege is requesting information, Honorable Begay.
Speaker, Pro Temp, requesting the point of privilege is the final statement made by the Veterans Administrator, Mr. Swerline, He indicated that we need to get our act together. Could I get that in writing of what specifically is that that the Navajo Nation needs to get together in order to effectively provide service to our Navajo veterans? Speaker Pro Tem, thank you.
Speaker Pro Tem, this is Vice Chair Smith.
Honorable Vice Chair Smith.
Yes, I'd like to clarify what Mr. Zerline spoke about. He's not talking about the Navajo Nation government as a whole. He's talking about within his administration that he needs to organize and get this coordinated so that this would be represented to the state and to the federal government, not the nation in its whole. I just want to make that clarification because he spoke that to me and I understand what he's saying. He's not putting the monkey on the back of the Navajo Nation.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chair Smith, for your clarification on the as to Honorable Kealan Begay's point of privilege and concerns, and he did request and perhaps have this clarification in writing as well. Thank you. We will move along here. We do have reserved time. Honorable Chairwoman Eugenia Charles Newton, you have 4 minutes and 6 seconds.
Yeah, Chair Naz Shana. My questions, and I'll be emailing this to you, Mr. Zwerline, in a thread that was sent by Honorable Kealan Begay. Number one, do we know how many veterans have passed away who were on the wait list? Number two, do we know how many surviving spouses need assistance? I ask because their spouse was on the wait list, and if they passed away, I want to know what happens to their application. Number three is, can I get an update on costs for building one Hogan for veterans? Number four is, what happened to, I believe it's called the SWIFT, SWIF, the SWIFT agreement. If it's not, please correct me. And do we still owe money to them? Number five is, an amendment was made at the Law and Order Committee to include, quote, honorably discharged Navajo veterans living beyond the exterior boundaries of the Navajo Nation, end quote. Can you explain how you foresee this assistance playing out? Is the Navajo Nation going to be assisting with down payment for those living off the nation? Number six is, how much is in the Veterans Trust Fund as of today, July 23rd, 2021? I know that a similar question was asked by Honorable Kealan Begay. So Chair Naz, if it's not too much, perhaps we can call the controller to answer this question. And number seven is, does Navajo Housing Authority, NHA, have funds that can assist with costs to build our veterans' homes? I reserve the rest of my time.
Thank you. Honorable Chairwoman Charles Newton, you have reserved time of 2 minutes and 26 seconds. Staff, may you please contact the controller's office and have them get on the call as well. As I go back to the sponsor, Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., Vice Chair.
Thank you, Pro Temp Speaker and the Navajo Nation Council. And since it's 7 questions that are posed on behalf of the veterans regarding the numbers, the cost, agreements, money owed, and NHA, and possibly summoning OOC on certain questions. These questions are posed to the Veterans, Navajo Nation Veterans Administration. I'm sure they may have the numbers, but I will turn the floor over, Pro Temp Speaker, to Mr. Zerline.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Smith. Mr. Zwerline, you have the floor, sir. your response.
Thank you, sir, once again for the opportunity to respond to the questions. Thank you for the questions, Madam Chair. To your first question, do we know how many veterans have passed away who are on the wait list? Several weeks ago, the administration sent out correspondence to the commanders of all 110 chapter veterans organizations, providing a list of who were the veterans from that chapter that we had applications for on file. We asked them to provide updates back to us on whether or not the veterans were still in need of housing assistance or if they had passed away. We have not received responses from all 110 chapters. And these responses were based mainly off of the knowledge of the CVO commander. So that it is possible that the information that was sent back is not comprehensive, but we have been an indication that certain veterans have passed away from those waiting lists. I don't have those numbers here, but I can get that when I get back to my office. To your second question, do we know how many surviving spouses need assistance? Similar response. The application will indicate if it is a surviving spouse, and we have that information recorded so I can gather that data. Again, it is back at my office. If the spouse passes away, meaning the qualified veteran passes away, creating a surviving spouse, under the current policies, the surviving spouse would not be eligible to apply for assistance because the qualifying individual has passed away. For your question number 3, can I get an update on cost for building one Hogan for veterans? Today, we're looking at an average cost of $275,000 to $280,000. In about another 30 days, when we are completed constructing the model, we will have a better estimate on the final cost. And those costs will vary based on the location of where the homes are going to be built. The homes further away from material plants, whether it be concrete or engineered fill, the cost of transporting that material is going to inflate the costs. Question number 4, what happened to the SWIFT agreement? Do we still owe them funds? The answer is yes. That contract has not closed out. We have not received a final invoice from them. They are waiting on NTUA to be able to connect water and power to 2 veterans' homes based on the last update that I had received from them. This was approximately 2 months ago. Question number 5, related to the amendment from LOC regarding honorably discharged veterans living beyond the exterior boundaries of the Navajo Nation. I foresee this assistance playing out just like every other assistance that is provided by the administration. It will all be subject to the availability of funds. If the nation is going to be providing down payment assistance, that is a program that we will have to create a policy for on how we're actually providing down payment assistance. Based on our conversations about this specific amendment to this legislation, the implication was that we would be providing 100% construction cost level of assistance. So again, this will be subject to the availability of funds. Question number 6, how much is in the Veterans Trust Fund as of today? If we were talking about the trust fund and not the trust fund funds for the housing program, I do not have that answer to be able to provide. But for the amount of funds that are available for the Veterans Housing Program, based on what is contained in FMIS as of several weeks ago when we last pulled the report, it was $18,141,251. There have been no expenditures from the program, so that number should still be accurate. As to your 7th question, does NHA have funds that can assist with the cost to build our veterans' homes? The answer to that question is yes. We are in the signature stage of a subrecipient agreement between NHA and the Veterans Administration that is providing $2 million of NAHASDA dollars to the Veterans Administration for administration, planning, and construction of veterans' homes. So as soon as we have a signed copy from NHA, it will be presented to President Nez for his signature. Then the Veterans Administration will begin drawing down on that $2 million to be able to begin construction of veterans' homes or make the major and minor home improvements and repairs. That completes the list of questions, ma'am. And again, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Scoreline. We do have the controller on the call with us. Ms. Elizabeth Begay. There are a couple of questions for you, and I would like to ask Honorable Chairwoman, Honorable Eugenia Charles Noon, if you would direct your questions to the controller, I will not take away your time. Honorable Charles Noon.
Yeah, Shannon Chair, now, Controller Begay, thank you for being on the line. My question to Mr. Zwerlein was, how much is in the Veterans Trust Fund as of today, July 23rd, 2021? Mr. Zwerlein also gave us some information about what, according to what was pulled a week or so ago for the housing fund. He gave us the amount of $18,141,251. Can you verify that for us? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairwoman Charles Noon. Madam Controller, Ms. Begay, your response.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the Navajo Nation Council, Chairwoman Charles Newton. Regarding the information that was given to the Director of the Veterans Administration Department, that's the most current information we have. So the $18,141,251 is the most current information. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Ms. Begay, for your response. Aro shidne aro rais not agi lau naide kiddo ato not aben hitch and hilnashnet and the kron hibesh mans an Honorable Wilson Stewart till naide kiddi has vetan hadit ahi koro Honorable Smith Nils was give it on ne ako khalid ai dida koro nikisla so based on lao days inagi di hawan de okay di besna anishko one be hollow election no in ideas kiddo timeline projected nenige this kitchen nila a corona ide kidden denige urina shinat koro hanazi in hirdeshne arab kego neti or kitten denige cross shanabich hushleki alan begay no age of landa ki alan begay here at silla crossat in anigidi a data corona kidiki a Navajo Nation government data needs to organize itself properly without neediki a yaha quab satob and yanada desh kit a co data Kait Asian non-nation lineage based on the okay nave Washington kindanat good and that the a course that dingo hahot zone lineage do job and ya ada based on the okay the genoya hatzi a ko ada e hodane the Navajo Nation that do yo hot oh ye na zero do hot ada okay the genoya hatzi in the DDG direct service or again has done a got in his last so which in cooperation with either okay but the schnitter by yest kitchen a call a day had the Corona Raymond Smith Vice Chair Hanazi the should share with our networking a Hisnan Nasholi Gehegi Washington that though the Slatingo Hahot so baby Ocha states though the Navajo Nation that I his need Nashkogi space no hatzi and what end the decoro and the president be a Roshachagi Veterans Advisory Council or Gehegi Han Sogoshi Ohodli Pansala Title 2 or Ligego Abe has on it Benekbiokana plan of operation by on Nishigi Abe and Nina A Koro president Abe what a side the Gihajo baby the hatchet now A Aja Dina Ray Kindanal good at Dejdo a year one has Aji Yesendal Nashko Dinko Kon Hikaya did the Bencha do your Toha so the host the heart so also lake house but has Aja Hajo Kitchen Date Nashto Beniga hot eros at cochono had zito din his last so is ben yeti nido di term work and then his job his nadelness to go late go eto state task force do and then he lobbies will gehegi nahanda nashgi ajan ha laja dal zilgi ben ye a quotation hot abahas zito leto the Koron large Salat Sober has Aji Hanachi, Mr. Shoreline and Nila. We Sato Hajo by Hanasti Nila. The Kojo on Nation Liniki Ani his has Agi at the Schnitcher Toy art at the Navana's toy at the Schneider Koe Ein Hikui. Ben Nahat Askajo Yastki Goe has stayed ne Aja. The Shalaja Hashit the Quirishi just at the audition on the Sudato Senigihan Shadalia at the Quishin Achenela a what Donald Nashkoko go Nad Nashkojo and the Nate the Penigahat Ejonohachi Arokron Hipeshpas Anahanachi like a Halanda Kialan the gay point of privilege no Hachi the Koroki Nad Sorsiki Bakai Stoko Esh not Ahado City Benyetish no Hachi Ako Aro Koroinat Abchan Hao G so Ashin would Ero Jobatoni Aron he Beshbans on Aro Toto not only nurse but in Indo Charles Noon Coronides kids that has ongoing nides kidonat on baby chan or G in the Ranelt Hati Bahado Leto the Quay ha Ati Zito di Hit on the stove base of Sun Nego in Yanades kid. A conat abachan how cheat at the anidas kiddy be gonna end the queen his last so that then Jehovah one day okay go and that the quay had the that the lineage on it at in the eight that the a horat in his bahados in so no nidas kid a call. Not abachan how cheat the quiver had need or lately crow large that's a tahaki Mr. Shoreline and they go a d Hawana Masiki right Hans so go she at neck or a yaha did not kidnas not dino just dino as let the mail ad honed not but haki don't re not kidnas not dino say bit din the mail a quishet kick away what up had no haji I don't think a contract at all trust that net a cotty what I know I don't think band-aid nashiki hanet and patients and the but not availability of funds or the what also papers and daily nationala a cohanel and a patient art arsenal and the nig ben at a kiddy did say beats out that the mail so no way a haji at a codon. The controller has other basic there's a large and Coro Elizabeth Gay, but the horse net I don't hitch a hodol, let on not auntie quinite kitty a hard or the snake or a coro, nature hanachi go and nego a say beats out that the mail soft on is not this our son's hard and that the nakin is not Latino our sa base a big how egg addition and the Veterans Trust Fund will get a cohort of shares as a contract ban Nahas Nendo Leto, Koroshe Nasnana Reserve Time gig at Korosh Arlane So 3 minutes and 51 seconds. Honorable
Point of
Charlene.
privilege, Chair Nance.
Okay. Honorable Charlene So, could you hold 1 moment, please? Honorable Chairwoman Charles Noon, what is your point of privilege?
Thank you, Chair Nance. So I did ask how much is in the Veterans Trust Fund. The information that was given to us by Controller Begay was the information regarding the housing fund. So if I could get my question answered. Thank you, Chair Nance.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairwoman Charles Noon. Madam Controller, Ms. Begay, your response?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Navajo Nation Council, Chairwoman Charles Neden. I'm looking at the Veterans Trust Fund information. It's not giving me the correct amount. Can I get back to you on that as soon as I get that information? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam
Chair Naz.
Controller. And for your response there, Honorable Chairwoman Charles Newton, will that response suffice to your point of privilege?
Yes. Yes, Chair Naz, that will work. Thank you so much.
Pro Tem speakers, Vice Chair Smith.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Chairwoman Charles Newton. Let me go to Honorable the sponsor, Honorable Vice Chair Raymond Smith Jr. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Shananda. There was a report that was given to us during the Navajo Nation Council, and in that report, Master Trust Fund Retirement Performance, it does show 175 Veterans Trust Fund, ending balance of 6/31 or 5/31/2020-21 is at $201,149,342, and that was a report that was provided by Madam Controller, and it's unaudited as of May 31st, 2021, under Exhibit H of FY 2021. Shananda, thank you.
Thank you for that, Honorable Vice Chair Raymond Smith Jr. Thank you. Let me go back to Honorable Charlene So. You have 3 minutes and 51 seconds.
With the whole system and applications that were submitted now with the veterans, has there been a follow-up with these applications? You stated that there are over 140. Now with that, I know with COVID that had just recently occurred and still is occurring, we have lost many relatives, but has that statistic and that number been updated thus far? Let me ask that first question first. Reserve my time.
Honorable Charlene So, you have 3 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Let me go back to the floor. Honorable Vice Chair Raymond Smith Jr., your response and your agent as well.
Thank you, Pro Tem Speaker Che. Honorable Charlene So, question posed. Yes, there is a lot of applications and a lot of applicants, and even today they're submitting an application, and the question is updated. Navajo Nation Veterans Affairs, our administration rather, is currently updating them. I'll turn the floor over to Mr. Zerline to articulate and elaborate on what the process is on this, Pro Temp Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Smith. Mr. Shoreline, you have the floor.
Thank you, sir, again for the opportunity. Ma'am, thank you for the question. The Veterans Administration does try to maintain a most current estimate on how many applications we have. As we get information that a veteran has passed, and if they had an application, we adjust the numbers. But with what we're trying to do with the policies and moving forward with this model home, for the last couple of weeks, we have not updated our numbers. So it is entirely possible that our number could be in the neighborhood of 1,350, down from 1,400. But I can get a more accurate count this weekend and get you those numbers next week. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Shoreline. If you would send that most updated, accurate count, would appreciate it. Thank you. And now we'll go back to reserve time. Honorable Eugene So, you have 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Honorable Eugene So, press *6.
Oh, what do you take us?
Oh, biga, go ahead,
Okay,
Nanta.
okay, now, that's Sahiki, yeah, I'm not really against this legislation. Now, Kikun, yeah, that's Kodover, the bias, Kodash, need to Kahasti. I don't that these not the best start to follow. Why the VA solid present office be at the the Adon Airlines contract. It needs transparency. Amendments at the state to include it as an exhibit onto this resolution. Be that story. Preserve my time.
Okay, as Honorable Eugene So, you have 1 minute 42 seconds remaining on reserved time. Honorable Vice Chair Raymond Smith Jr., your response, sir.
Ahead, pro temp speakers, Jay, Adoshanai, Naidin Tukudi. It kind of poses a question in my thoughts since being a sponsor, Dita. We're talking about contract bid oath on this legislation. What is the main purpose of doing that? We're only talking about the Veterans Trust Funds. Maybe legislative council could answer that. Is that amendment, if it does include on this legislation, would that be out of order, or is that in order? That's the question I would pose to the Shinai. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chair Smith. Ms. Bobroff?
Good afternoon. This is Miss Bobroff. I've gotten a little confused listening to the conversation. Which amendment are we talking about? I apologize.
Okay, Ms. Bobroff, let me go back to Honorable Eugene So. And Honorable Eugene So, I'm not going to take time away from you. Kuro nata kuro amendment ba hain chiki kuro nke gati tahi beswala.
Miss Barbara, Dana.
Yes.
I'm requesting for an amendment regards to pursue it through any legislation to make it very good, to be forceful, to be approved. We need something that could accompany any kind of a exhibit that we can add on so it can be stronger. So that's the reason why my amendment is to include the contract of veterans and the hiring contract of the veterans. Let me try and get my word out. The director, veterans executive director's contract. I like that to be exhibit. Is that in order? Is it out of order? To me, it's in order because any legislation needs any kind of executive to make it more, violent, more, you can easily understand what anybody is saying, why they're saying it, pursue to why they need this, why they need that. That's my question.
Thank you, Honorable Eugene So. Ms. Bobroff, your response.
Thank you, Delegate. So thank you, Council. I think that just a moment to step back and take a look at what this legislation is actually doing. This legislation is amending the Navajo Nation Veterans Trust Fund statute, which is included in Title 12. And so that's what it is doing. It is just amending the trust fund statute. I think that including the contract for Mr. Zerline, or the executive director, does not seem to fit into this legislation per se. I mean, there's no law that says it couldn't be included, but exhibits are usually used to support something that's in the legislation. And as this legislation doesn't speak to the appointment of the executive director or how he's selected, I'm not sure exactly where to put it, but if I were to get a copy of it, I'm sure I could probably add it to the findings section. But as I said, I do not have a copy of it. Thank you, thank you, Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Ms. Barbara, for your response. Shananta, Honorable Eugene So, Ron Items, Kiriki, to Waki, Sod Betan Hadit, legislation, the data so Ziki Ayaha, amending Navajo Nation Veterans Trust Fund, Title 2, Subchapter 812, Navajo Nation Code, subsection 1171. By Tale, Betsy, Modo, Nation, Niniki, Kuroba, Henzi, a call. The Koron Kagatit Nigo Ayaha, the Quagi A or Amen Adlaki Etchano, not Aya Hanazi, a call. By other amendment, the in Kate Gogoshin, or job baby for the land, though other hot other Nado Nation and Honorable Eugene So. So, they would occur, Mahafe Hanasti on the. So, we do have Honorable Charles Noon. Nobody's in the queue, but Honorable Charles Noon. So, okay, I apologize. It just said so up here, so I thought that was for Eugene So. Honorable Chairman Otto So, you have 5 minutes.
Yeah. So additional con Snadlebes Annie could on start on in sauce. So the con has Annie. The last so Aja the bag Annie so Ziki Sashin Sabosa Dikinak to the Hadilne to Jo Bear. And la de pedon laso jo ne nasis last son ni one dayoki dige ya aj ebik hadne ako ti pa ani ke ani ya setna the Veterans Administration is under the function of the executive branch. A proposal was brought to this body to make these amendments. Ako eti kon biya zohiki e bahint. Ako ado dashin so bike des zohi so bi hata so start. Ako ho late e la e ya e lan so ban siskis ide. E kwadi sa biya da zohiki. Page 4 of the 4 or 5 legislation, line 11 do ado igise ya le 929 pa huint ako tite bas ani shiki tite ya da shin sago ya ado la na kai ki shape be long opening na the existing policy so sa chi do be a sahoben na adin hitchni this sa di be hinda do so be khata do so e ba na na se da na do da so last so ba ho wan ba be da in ne so le e shi e si e ko de o is ako penash e ko so hadit ego ta heda ta amendment do yeni gata ako ti ki khali la ya ita executive branch bi yaro ta inish se pe pan la aro nin le den shit last so panita yado ha so last so da ka ti chetni ka the other veterans organization has supported this legislation. Looking at the legislation, it went through the whole standing committee. RDC, Health and Human Services, Law and Order, and Advocacy Committee. Ako nang in this last search one as of by is Uncle did but not the sensation don't the pata initially hot issue she not about auto hot issue and that be hard to now when the she bears on NATO so not at those words. I couldn't take this last so, but I initially didn't hitch it Nina. This happy being that also be hard also. But natural Joe, none is it or listen. I call she I did and I didn't need it. Uncle what happened issuement Uncle I so about the candy concession she did for next now. I'll put it reserve my time.
Honorable Chairman Rousseau, you have 24 seconds remaining time for your reserve. Let me go back to the sponsor, Honorable Vice Chair Raymond Smith, Jr.
Thank you, Pro Temp Speaker. And I think that was mainly comments that was made from Honorable Rousseau.
Yeah. Reserve time, Honorable Chairwoman Charles Noon, you have 2 minutes and 26 seconds. Honorable Chairwoman Charles Noon. Going twice.
Chair Naz, I apologize. I was on mute. I'd like to reserve the rest of my time, please.
Okay. You have a reserve time of 2 minutes, 26 seconds still. Honorable Charlene So, 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Honorable Charlene So, on once, on twice, on 3 times. Honorable Otto So, Chairman So, you have 24 seconds.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Pro Tem, I'm going to move to cease debate. It's going to be my motion. Reserve my time.
Honorable Chairman Otto So, there's only one person with reserved time, and that is Honorable Charles Noon with 2 minutes and 26 seconds. Therefore, let me go to Honorable Charles Noon and have her finish up her 2 minutes and 26 seconds. How much does Eugene So have? I
Chair Nance,
apologize.
did you call me?
Yes, I did, but just one moment, Honorable Chairwoman Charles Noon. Honorable Eugene So does have 1 minute and 44 seconds, and Honorable Chairwoman Charles Noon, you do have 2 minutes and 26 seconds, and Honorable Chairman Otto So has moved to cease debate here. And therefore, I had told him there's only one person, but I was wrong, and I apologize for that. I didn't see that Honorable Eugene So had 1 minute and 44 seconds as well. So I'm going to have to, I see that we're going through the debate, and there is no opposition. Everything that is spoken is favorably spoken, so I will honor Honorable Chairman Otto So's request and his motion to cease debate. And there is a second on the floor by Honorable Vice Chair Thomas Walker Jr. Cease debate. Staff? Vote, please. Roll call vote on cease debate.
Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Delegate Kealan Begay Jr. votes green.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Knesset Crotty. Honorable Amber Knesset Crotty. Honorable Amber Knesset Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
Great.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, there's your shadow.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green.
Monica
Nathaniel
votes
Brown.
green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles
Honorable
Newton votes red.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red. Honorable Amber Knussbach Carty.
Delegate Amber Knussbach Carty votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knussbach Carty votes red. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote with that. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, you have a vote of 15 in
Delegate Brown
favor.
votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, you have a vote of 16 in favor, 2 opposed. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem not voting.
Thank you, staff. Honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, we had a quorum of 17, 2/3 vote of 12 is required for this. This motion passes for cease debate with a vote of 16 in favor and 2 opposed. So staff, final reading of legislation 0052-21, please. With no amendments? Okay, thank you. Since there's no amendments, we'll go straight to roll call vote. Staff, please.
Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Delegate Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel
green.
Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Amber Knussbach Carty. Honorable Amber Knussbach Carty. Honorable Amber Knussbach Carty did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Phelan. Honorable Mark Phelan. Honorable Mark Phelan did
Green.
not vote. Honorable
Phelan votes green.
Honorable Mark Phelan votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Luna votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote.
Delegate Dan votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nair. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable
I vote
Otto
green.
So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up. Honorable Alma Begay. Honorable Alma Begay. Honorable Alma Begay did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knesset Crotty. Honorable Amber Knesset Crotty.
Shema Delegate Amber Kenneth Carty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knesset Crotty votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Yeah, okay.
Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Okay, yeah.
Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, you have a vote of Honorable Jamie Henyo via text votes green.
Good, thank you. You got it.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, you have a vote of 17 in favor, 0 opposed. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem not voting.
Thank you very much. Motion carries for legislation 0052-21 with a vote of 17 in favor, 0 opposed. Thank you very much. On the agenda, we have number 12. Yes, Honorable Eugene.
Sure.
Okay.
I voted green. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Eugene So, sir.
You got my vote, green.
Let me change it.
Just one moment.
18-0.
Okay, thank you. We have a vote of 18 in favor, 0 opposed for legislation 0052-21. Thank you, honorable colleagues. That was at the end of our legislation. Number 12, close of session. Are there any announcements?
Speaker Pro Tem Kealan.
Honorable Kealan Begay, go ahead, you have the floor.
Chairman, 2 areas. First is that we didn't develop the emergency legislation that we were asking from. For us to put on today's agenda. That's one. And then the other one was there was a directive that I wanted to make. We were talking about the Western Waterline, the waterline pipe project called Ecuador Directive to the Water Management Ecuador, Ms. Barbara, and based on the amendment, directive motion, I wanted to also make a directive AD withdraw because I was thinking that you were going to introduce the emergency legislation. Pro Tem Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. The emergency legislation that I requested for the Navajo Nation drought across the Navajo Nation has not been completely had all the proper documents in place due to some of the staff members at different departments having contracted COVID-19, and therefore I was informed this morning that the documents were incomplete, so we will make sure that they are complete and have a special session request as soon as possible as well. And as for your directive for the Western Pipeline project, let me consult with staff here. Honorable Gay, we will go ahead and honor your directive at this time. Are you making that motion for that directive?
Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to make that directive. Ado Kodo, if the staff could read the directive language, Speaker Pro Tem.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Kealan Begay. There is a motion on the floor. There was a directive written and sent by Ms. Bobroff, and therefore that will be read into the record. And after it's been read into the record, we'll recognize a second. So, staff.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. The directive is read as the Navajo Nation Water Management Branch shall present an overall water development project listing encompassing all 110 chapters to the Nabakia Committee by the end of the first quarter of fiscal year 2022. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico. Honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, there is a motion by Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Is there a second?
Second by Charles Newton.
Thank you. Honorable Chairwoman Charles Newton. Are there any questions? Comments? Going once? Going twice? 3 times. Roll call vote. Staff? On the directive.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Delegate Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
I vote green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knursbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Knursbach Crotty. Honorable Amber Knursbach Crotty did not vote. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Freeland votes green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pranal Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pranal Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable
I
Charlene
vote
So.
green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So.
Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Evan Yazzie. Honorable Evan Yazzie.
Green.
Votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not vote. Honorable Amber Kunaswar-Crotty. Honorable Amber Kunaswar-Crotty. Honorable Amber Kunaswar-Crotty did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. With that, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, you have a vote of 18 in favor and 0 opposed. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem not voting.
Thank you very much. Motion carries with a vote of 18 in favor, 0 opposed for the directive for Western Pipeline Project. Thank you, Shananta. Back to the agenda. We're at the close of session. Any other announcements? Honorable colleagues?
Chair Nance, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Honorable Chairwoman Charles Noon, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Nance. Just an announcement that we do have a scheduled gaming subcommittee for next week on Saturday. We do have to discuss the appendices, the appendix that is going to be provided in the gaming compact for Arizona. So I'd like to let my colleagues know that. The other thing is I would like to request, and I can do this in email, Chair Naz, is that we have a work session prior to the emergency legislation that you're planning to drop for the drought, so that we are all on the same page with, I guess, with the proposals that will be submitted with the legislation. So perhaps maybe having a work session the day before the special council session is called. Thank you, Chair Naz.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairwoman Charles Newton. Perhaps we will have that depending on when the legislation supporting documents are turned in and when I do sign off on the legislation itself and when the special session request will go in and when it will be approved. Perhaps we can have that work session prior to that time. So thank you for that, Honorable Chairwoman Charles Noon, as well as your announcement on the gaming subcommittee meeting next Saturday. Honorable 24th Navajo Nation Council members, are there any other announcements?
Speaker Pro Tem Freeland.
Oh. Honorable Freeland, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Thank you. I wanted just to give a couple of shout outs, 3 shout outs real quick if I could. The first one, of course, is to our outgoing Miss Eastern Navajo, Danielle Dawes from Manuelito chapter. Her reign was up on the 18th. She served as Miss Eastern Navajo from 2019 to 2021. Danielle, for your representation and serving as a theme ambassador for Eastern Navajo Agency. Thank you very much. The next one is Cajun Cleveland. She was the Miss Eastern Navajo teen from Pinedale. She is the granddaughter of former Speaker Lawrence Morgan. Ms. Cleveland as well for your ambassadorship and representing Eastern Navajo Agency. And then the last one was Ms. Shandine Antonio. She was Miss Eastern Navajo Tediaja from 2019 to 2021, and she was also from Chechalka chapter. So we want to say thank you to these 3 young ladies for representing Eastern Navajo Agency very well these last 2 years. So, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I also wanted to give a shout out to RDC for the drought tour and what we saw, what we what we witnessed and what we heard and what we learned, hearing it from the programs, hearing it from various agencies, from partner agencies, but more importantly, hearing it from the grassroots and the Hogan level here in Tug. I learned a lot, and I hope we can get this resolution going as soon as possible. So, Edia, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I want to say thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Freeland, for your announcements and recognitions of our young people, and blessed our hearts. Let me go to Honorable Eugene So.
Kickoff ceremony for Chinle floodplain studies. Army Corps of Engineers participated on the 28th here at the Chinle chapter. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Eugene So. Any other announcements, honorable colleagues? None?
Vice Chair Speaker, Kiel, also.
Okay, one at a time. Honorable Chairman Alderso.
Thank you very much. Just a suggestion relating to the emergency legislation. Once it is dropped, ready to be processed, maybe a special session could be petitioned for the Navajo Nation Council to consider that emergency drought legislation, because it is very important, and I do agree that we can just address the drought legislation only for that emergency session. So, put it.
Yeah, Honorable Chairman So for that. Honorable Kealan McGay, you didn't reserve your time for announcements. So who's next?
Delegate James here.
Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Go ahead.
Yeah, there's Nale. Other members of the council. I don't know if we still have a quorum, but I wanted to do make a motion to suspend the floor rule. Reserve my time.
Honorable Rich James, yeah, you want to suspend the floor rules. I'm not going to take away your time, but what are you going to suspend the floor rules for?
It's another speaker pro tem. Suspension of the floor rules is I want to drop emergency legislation.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vince James. Let me go to staff and they'll let me know. We still have. Honorable Vince James, your suspension of floor rules will require 16 votes, 2/3 of the council, to add an emergency legislation to the agenda for consideration. So if you still want to, I am going to request a special session for my emergency legislation as well, Honorable James. If you wish to add it on there, or if you want to entertain your legislation today, you're more than welcome to do that, sir.
Another pro tem speaker. I'll go ahead and entertain it now and see if we have a quorum. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable James. So you're going to make a motion to suspend the floor rules to add an emergency legislation, which is before me, is legislation 0125-21, correct?
Oh, yes. Legislation number 0125-21.
Okay. There is a motion by Honorable James to suspend the floor rules and add legislation 0125-21 onto the agenda for consideration. And it requires a 2/3 vote, which is 16 votes. Is there a second?
Point of privilege, Kealan.
Honorable
Second by Charles Newton.
Alan Begay, what is your point of privilege?
Possibly provide us the information so we can act on it accordingly. What is the legislation, the purpose, Chairman?
Okay, thank you. Staff, could you please send the legislation 0125-21 to the 24th Navajo Nation Council?
Chanel, Pro Tem Speaker, this is Delegate James.
Just one moment here, hold on. 10:11 today? Okay, Honorable Kealan Begay, it was sent this morning at 10:11, legislation 0125-21 for your information. And then there's a motion by Honorable Vince James. Or do you have a point of privilege, Honorable James?
Chanel, I was just going to mention what time it was emailed out. Thank you, Chanel, Pro Tem.
Okay, there is a second by Honorable Chairwoman Charles Newton, if I heard right, Chairwoman?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. What this legislation is, I will have staff read it into the record before we act on it. Mr. Rico?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Tracking number 0125-21 is an action relating to an emergency and the Navajo Nation Council allocating $2,644,380 from the Citizen Fund to the Division of Community Development for the purchase of fire trucks and ambulances for the Ganado Fire District, adopting the Citizen Ganado Fire District Emergency Vehicle Expenditure Plan pursuant to 12 NNC Section 2501 to 2508. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Rico, for reading that into the record. At this time, I would like to hand the gavel back over to our Honorable Speaker, Seth Damon. You have the gavel back, so you can take care of the meeting at this time.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you very much, Honorable Chairman Rick Ness, for taking the helm this morning. I really appreciate that. And colleagues, thank you for allowing me to be absent this morning, taking care of my father. With that, colleagues, if what we're at right now, just as a recap, is a motion on the floor to suspend the floor rules to add emergency legislation 0125-21. Motion by Honorable Vince James, second by Madam Chair Charles Newton. That, colleagues, is there any comments or questions on the suspension of floor rules at this time? I don't have anybody in the queue currently. Or twice. Or 3 times. Let's go to the board. Colleagues, in sort of suspension of floor rules, this is like amending the agenda. We need 16 votes in order for this legislation to be added onto the agenda. Ms. Uvella.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
I'll get Kealan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Junior Charles Newton. Honorable Junior Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Junior Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knutsvot Crotty. Honorable Amber Knutsvot Crotty. Honorable Amber Knutsvot Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. Honorable
Green.
Herman Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Panal
Freeland
Halona.
votes green.
Honorable Panal Halona.
Brown votes red.
Honorable Panal Halona votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henry votes red.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes red. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Ness. Honorable Ricky Ness.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Winnica.
Red.
Honorable Edison Winnica votes red. Honorable Edmund Yawzi. Honorable Edmund Yawzi. Honorable Edmund Yawzi did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up, Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Amber Knutsvot Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knutsvot Crotty votes green. Thank you so much.
Honorable Amber Knutsvot Crotty votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker
Green.
Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edmund Yawzi. Honorable Edmund Yawzi. Honorable Edmund Yawzi did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 11 in favor, 5 opposed. Mr. Speaker, not voting. Honorable Otto So via text votes green. Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 12 in favor, 5 opposed. Mr. Speaker, not voting.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, with a vote of 12 in favor, 5 opposed, Speaker not
Delegate
voting.
Paul Begay votes green. Speaker, this is Delegate Paul Begay. I'll vote green.
Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 13 in favor, 5 opposed. Mr. Speaker, not voting.
With Honorable Paul Begay's vote, the vote changes from 12 to 13 in favor, 5 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion fails. That, colleagues, back to announcements. Is there any further announcements at this time, colleagues? Or is there a motion? Motion.
Speaker.
Motion to adjourn.
Also, motions to adjourn.
Jimmy
Request
Allahan.
to make an amendment, directive, speaker, directive.
Honorable Keon Begay on announcements. So it's where we're at this time.
Yeah.
Speaker, you think so?
Honorable Keon Begay. In the category of item number 12 is close of session, announcements and adjournment all in one. Within that time frame, Honorable Keon Begay, you don't have any more time.
Motion to adjourn, Daniel.
That, moving on down.
Sure.
The motion to adjourn.
Second, Alana.
Chairman Henry. Second by Honorable Halona. Any comments, questions?
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Crotty.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker. Did I miss what's the status on the drought legislation?
We check with staff. Chief. Me.
I'll reserve my time.
Kenyo and Halona adjourn.
Reserve your time at 4:51. Okay. Chairman Nez,
Kenyo and Halona, right?
did you explain it earlier? You said you explained it earlier. Go ahead. Chairman Nez will explain. We refer to Chairman Nez, who's going to be the sponsor of the legislation.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker Damon, honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. When I requested the emergency drought legislation to cover the condition of how our nation looks after the tour, listening to our people, and requesting a legislation, different division departments are supposed to submit their documents, but unfortunately from the Division of Natural Resources and Department of Agriculture, staff had contracted COVID-19, and there's about 7 staff. And those offices are currently closed. They don't have access to certain documents, and therefore we cannot move forward on this today until after they clean their offices and disinfect their offices. So at this time, I'm just going to wait until they submit all the pertinent documents necessary. So we'll wait on that and request a special session as soon as possible also. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. That, colleagues, moving on down. We are in a motion to adjourn. Any other comments, questions? Madam Chair, I'm recording. Let me come back to you. 4 minutes, 51 seconds on a motion to adjourn.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. My hope is there any way that this council can take action on drought relief? I understand Department of Ag is not providing the documents. I'm just thinking, you know, if Chairman Nez wants to consider, we do have Water Resources does have a listing, and there's like there's projects that are identified in there, like 100 windmill repairs, and so we do have that information. Is that enough information to provide some drought relief to our people, Speaker? And I'll reserve my time. Thank you. I'm referring to the Navajo Water Department listing from Jason John. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay. Let me Madam Chair Amber-Crotty, as you know, in order, and colleagues, in order to drop a UUFB legislation, which this legislation would be, we would need supplemental budget forms. And those forms need to be reviewed not only by OMB and OOC before they're eligible to be put into any kind of legislation format. Office of Legislative Counsel and Office of Legislative Services have drafted the legislation ready to go. As of right now, Water Management Branch with a total amount of 10.8 million has not, OMB has not received, nor OOC has not received any kind of budget documents from the Department of Agriculture with the amount of $8,269,911 has not sent over any documents to OOC or OMB for the review. Abandoned Mine Land Reclamation Department has not sent anything over for their review as well. And the only one, Madam Chair Ambacati, that has sent over documents is Department of Resource Enforcement, which is a total amount of $356,792. That's the only budgets that have been reviewed by the Department of Resource Management, Madam Chair Ambacati. So in order for those to be processed, we would have to make sure that those budget documents are in there. We passed a legislation that doesn't have any budget documents. OMB doesn't know where to put the funds, and that's going to cause another chaos down there. And OMB is going to say, well, we can't release the money because we don't know where to put the funding amount. And then OOC is going to say, well, we can't release the check due to the fact that we don't know where the budget, where OMB is going to put the funds. So it's a domino effect. And this is simple to the same thing that held us back, Madam Chair Ambacati, when we were trying to fix the budget, the fiscal year budget for 2021, if you recall, earlier this year when we needed those budget documents in order for those to be reviewed and processed and finalized. So it's a domino effect that's based on it. As we, as a Navajo Nation Council, the Speaker's Office and Office of Legislative Services has reached out and said that we were willing to help to develop these budget forms, but we haven't got a response back yet in doing that, Madam Chair. But we will again reach out to Dr. Shabala if there's anything that needs to be done to help develop these budget forms. There is adequate staff that has been had budget documents created on this side of the street and have been adequately prepared for them on the executive side. And we have had technical assistance in the past, given technical assistance in the past to the executive branch. But at this time, Madam Chair, we just have not received any kind of status to indicate that they are reaching out for help. Madam Chair Ambacati, I hope that helped answer your question. But as soon as we get that information and as soon as the cleansing is complete and as soon as Chairman Nez gets that done, or well, not Chairman Nez himself, but as soon as we get that information back over to Office of Legislative Counsel, we immediately drop that legislation. Any other comments, questions, colleagues, on adjourning?
Speaker Kellen.
Yeah, Honorable Kellen begin on adjourning.
Yeah, adjournment. Joe Kudo directive notification is in it, Joe. It's in the announcement, but I don't know how much time I have with this adjournment timing. But immediate by Yatkit this past week by Yatkit. And now we're rushing to just go ahead and adjourn the meeting. I mean, now legislation needs and now it has late, which is understandable. Halate all the Ecuador hit the end in the late cut at the end. Baby Genda has the Egito and hot eggy things of Papa he ka elahate take at all adjourn another ilnato other then put on na hot on the noon the hot shibana ho jin the on hot on the no oyana need it's going to take several more days for the situation to be in place on the Navajo Nation while we're just going to be adjourning. AD directive there's two two documents that's in place, the Commission on Emergency Management and the CJN 3721 asking with the state coordination plan out maybe provide us an update on that to the council, and so we can relay the message back to our chapter. Ko e ajidit audit nan lingi be na hotil na ti hot ko e be na shada go shin peso chada hai test adi ta hot no ko yan ti ta ka thi hon la ba thi to ta ha ke e ka do na o hona ni na ti ko age so e de ko age shiti on the bar hot end jon heben ho hot mission ta no lingi hot aba na si do le
Hey. Everyone's my Che. Hey, Che.
Honorable Keelan McGee, we are in a motion to adjourn, so according to the Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 27, motion to adjourn shall take precedence over all other motions, including a vote in progress. So, Honorable Keelan McGee, motion to adjourn at this time. If this motion fails, then I come back, and then we would be on the main going back to the lineup. At that time, I can recognize your motion. Colleagues, moving on down. I don't have anybody else in the queue. Madam Chair, I'm crowding 4 minutes.
Great. Thank you, Speaker, and my colleagues. So I think, Speaker, I understand the UUSB process, and it's unfortunate that the executive programs are not submitting those budget numbers. But I think in terms of the council, the emergency legislation, we could have, there's still available funding in the CIHASIN that doesn't require that same process for those budget forms, but it's council allocating dollars. And so in looking at this, this form, I see a budget for like storage tanks, pump jacks, windmills, drilling between Copperbine and Botaway Gap, pump houses, earthen dam rehabilitation, a livestock well in Pinon, Hard Rock, Shanto, Burnham, Bitsai, well replacement, agriculture project at Loop, and this East Canyon Diablo livestock watering point, and it comes up to 29 million. I was hoping, Speaker, is there a way that we can get some drought relief funding out there using CIHASIN for our people? It's a dire situation, and these projects take time. And if we could get funding out there, then at least the council can be proactive in moving this forward. I'll reserve my time, Speaker, in terms of how we can move this forward, or if not, we still have hours today, like we could recess, and if we could come back. I just think in hearing of the drought and listening to the horse trail riders, and I know we've got moisture, but a lot of that wasn't collected. And so we're going to be in a similar situation in a few days. So thank you, Speaker, and I'll reserve my time.
On 2 minutes and 8 seconds. Madam Chair, Amber Cardi, what you have, I'm not looking, I don't have those documents in front of me, but the process then would submit that to Office of Legislative Counsel, see if they could get a CSN legislation together collectively. And then what would happen is, one is there's a motion to adjourn. It had to, we would have to vote this motion to adjourn down or ask this party to withdraw the motion. Second, Then we go into recess if the legislation can be done today. If not, it can't get taken care of by midnight. But let's say if it can, we come back into recess. We need 16 votes to add it onto the agenda, and then move forward and take action on it. And then you would see 16 votes to pass the legislation because it's the 2/3. The other option too as well is if what you're looking at could be drafted, we could have a special session as early as
Monday.
Monday.
Mhm.
If we get,
Monday.
we could have as early as Sunday afternoon, right? We could have it as early as Sunday afternoon if we get a petition in order for there to be 13 delegates by 1 o'clock tomorrow. The other one would be on Monday, as early as Monday, so that it give time for Office of Legislative Council to get that completed. Those are the different three options, Madam Chair, that I can foresee at this time. I'm not too sure how long it will take Office of Legislative Council to draft that legislation that you're talking about as an emergency legislation, Madam Chair. Let me go back to the floor. Madam Chair, Emma
For the
Cardi.
privilege, Callan.
Hello?
For the privilege, Callan Begay Jr.
Callan Begay.
Speaker, let me go ahead and do a point of privilege rather than the directive. Could I request the Division of Natural Resource, with the assistance of the Commission on Emergency Management, provide a comprehensive plan to the Resource and Development Committee that addresses the drought situation throughout the Navajo Nation as soon as possible. Comprehensive, including the coordination with the BIA, the state and the federal programs relating to the drought condition. Division of Natural Resource, through my point of privilege, I like to get that as soon as possible in writing, Speaker.
Honorable Callan Begay, with that request, understanding that through requesting for additional documents or additional resources, I'll take that. Ms. Melinda Siako is going to be contacting you after the council session to get that completed and try to get that out as quickly as possible this afternoon. That, colleagues, let me go back to the floor. We are on a motion to adjourn. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, you have 2 minutes and 8 seconds left.
Thank you, Speaker. My colleagues, if I could ask Ms. Barbroff if she could give me a time frame. Speaker, understanding this is an emergency but also the capacity of the legislative branch, if we could get a time frame, and that could help in how we move forward to address the drought. And I'll reserve my time. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. That reserve your time at 1:49. Let me turn the floor over to Ms. Barbroff.
Thank you, Speaker. So my understanding is the question is how long it would take to put together emergency CSN legislation to address the drought, given just using the documents that we've received so far. Speaker, I think that's probably because while we have budgets, we don't really have expenditure plans, and we'll have to revise the legislation drastically. I would say 4 hours. We could have it ready to go 4 hours, hopefully sooner. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. That, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back to the floor on a motion to adjourn. If there's none, back to the reserve
Delegate
time.
Jane, sir?
Honorable James, on a motion to adjourn. Honorable Vince James, floor is yours.
Thank you, Don, another speaker, and the members of the council, the audience is not ID. Kwadod, Ben, emergency legislation, accord, to 4 hours. I don't know if any of my colleagues will be able to come back in another 4 hours. I think some of them already logged off and are already been started their weekend. So, we can just do an emergency petition for the special Navajo Nation Council session. Suspension of the 4 rules. There's still not enough council members on the floor or on the phone. So I don't think we'll have a quorum. So that way our legal counsel are not rushing the documents as well. Reserve my time. Thank you.
I'll motion second on that one. Mr. Honorable James, second motion. Delegate Yellow Hair.
Honorable Yellow Hair. We have a motion on the floor right now. It's a motion to adjourn. Honorable Vince James, reserve time at 3:35 p.m. 8 p.m. 3:35 in the queue. Sorry, on reserve time. That, colleagues, I don't know anybody else. Let me go back to Madam Chair Amber Carney. 1 minute, 49 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker, my colleagues. So I just respectfully ask if the delegates could withdraw their motion to adjourn. If we can, with the intent, this council, we wanted to take action on providing some relief to the drought. I think in terms of that could also give time for staff to contact delegates who may have logged off that will be recessing and coming back. And I think, Speaker, that's I thought that was the intention of the tour, to gather that information, and it's unfortunate that the departments are not providing the budget documents for the UUSD request. But I just see our job as delegates are here, we're in council session, and we can take action. And so if Legislative Council feels they could do it in 4 hours or less, I would at least ask my colleagues if we could at least try. And if it's not ready or prepared by 6 o'clock, then we can re-examine what are our next moves. But I think adjourning now, while we still can provide some type of relief, is, for me, not an option. And so I would respectfully ask the sponsors to withdraw and see if we could move forward on some relief. Thank you, Speaker, and I'll yield the rest of my time.
Okay, with that, you'll leave the rest of the time. There's a request to withdraw the motion. Chairman Hino.
Okay, Speaker David. Thinking about the staff also. We have staff getting this 2 o'clock already. There's a weekend coming up, and I'm sure they're looking to relaxing after a long week of session. Yeah. And so give them time to recuperate from the session and put the office in order, and also not to be rushing the staff. Make it, have it do it right. I mean, there's always, like you said, the options is Monday, Tuesday, and then at the same time,
once we appropriate the money from our council, it doesn't automatically become available. You still have to go across to the president's office again, and it takes 10 days for his signature and his consideration. And so that's just something that we need to think about. Therefore, I say with my motion to adjourn, give staff time to work closely, do it right the first time, and therefore we won't be having to table it or send it back again and stuff. So I'll stay with my motion.
Okay, thank you. That, moving on down. Honorable Bench James, unreserved time. Actually, hold on, I got a new player. Chairman Nez on a motion to adjourn. Chairman Nez?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon, honorable members of the 24th Council. The emergency drought mitigation date Ninigi. Honorable Bench James, but I just want you to know, let's be respectful about this emergency legislation that's coming forward. You can't make someone heal and produce documents. So allow my legislation, my emergency legislation to go forward. We'll like to request a special session with mine as well as Honorable James. Thank you. I reserve my time. I don't need to reserve my time. I'll waive my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman Nez. Let me go ahead and go back to the floor. I do have just reserved time from Honorable James. 3 minutes and 35 seconds.
Thank you, Don. Another speaker, members of the council. I'll go ahead and yield the rest of my time. I'll go ahead and follow Honorable Rick Ness. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. That colleagues, I don't have anybody else on the board, no one else for reserve time. But out of that, Ms. Melinda Siako is working on that letter for Honorable Keon Begay. So colleagues, let's go to the board on adjourning at 2:03 p.m.
Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not vote. Honorable Keon Begay Jr.
Delegate Keon Begay Jr. votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Keon Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Regina Charles Newton. Honorable Regina Charles Newton.
This Charles Newton.
Honorable Regina Charles Newton.
Hello, can you hear me?
Honorable Regina Charles Newton. Honorable Regina Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knaspar Crotty. Honorable Amber Knaspar Crotty. Honorable Amber Knaspar Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Panel Halona.
Lone votes green.
Honorable Panel Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio.
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. via text votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Ellahare.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Ellahare votes green. Going back up. Honorable Alma Begay. Honorable Alma Begay. Honorable Alma Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Amber Knutsvall-Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knutsvall-Crotty votes red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knutsvall-Crotty votes red. Honorable Eugene So votes green. With that, Mr. Speaker, you have a vote of 17 in favor and 2 opposed. Mr. Speaker, not voting.
Thank you, colleagues. With that, 17 in favor, 2 opposed. We are officially adjourned out of our 2021 summer session of our 24th Navajo Nation Council in our 3rd year at 2:03 p.m. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you to the staff. Thank you to everyone for being here. Thank you for my colleagues for coming in the chambers this week too as well. It's great to see everybody. Thank you to everyone that's listening to us online. Thank you to our President and Vice President for coming in, and Madam Chief Justice, Joe and Jane too as well. And everybody along that was here as a presenter or as a individual who was just listening in. Thank you very much for being a part of this discussion. Have some safe travels, colleagues, safe travels to everyone out there that are on their way home. As a tradition on this, usually afterwards too as well, the staff too as well, the remainder of the day. So again, thank you to everyone. On McKeon Brigade, we're working on that letter. Hopefully get a draft to you here shortly. Colleagues, we'll see you when I see you. Have a good weekend. Stay safe. We're going at